And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to more. It is that time of the day again. You should be here already. I keep saying that all the time, but you guys never listen. You keep me waiting. You should be here. It should be scheduled. One man went to more. Once it's past 10 o'clock, then you prepare yourself to spend the rest of your evening with your favorite or your laughing man. I am here. Where are you? One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Only water. Water. Only water. Where they see ma. Water. 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 Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chifu Faila tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olùyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Ikuko Nero Agbeshe, powerful prayers by the care guides. So from the care guides to the narrative. So plenty to go through. So gather a sit down, kick back as I bring you the talking points. The hyperlink is there if you want to come join me live on screen. So just click on it and I'll let you in just as soon as I've made the presentation. If you're new to the platform, then introduce yourself, please. And if you're not subscribed already, then please do. We're trying to hit certain targets, which we're just a step away from, and that your subscription may well be what tips us over that threshold. So to that threshold, but first to this shameful space. You've all seen the viral video. I have never seen anything more shameful in recent times than this first storyline that I'm about to bring you. Big shame. Nigerians react to photo of Senator James Manager kneeling before ex-convict James Ibori. So you've all seen the pictures, I'm almost certain. If you have not seen it already, because it's it's actually viral within the Nigerian media space, if you have not seen it already, certainly you would have seen it in the thumbprint of this particular session. Again, the headline: Big shame. Nigerians react to photo of Senator James Manager kneeling before ex-convict James Ibori. So we find out what's led to that. So to find out another headline: Reason Senator Manager knelt before James Ibori revealed. So the introduction and then the reason in quick succession. So this is a story we touched about. This next story is a story that we touched on yesterday, but we didn't give it its full fledging. It's the Oni 28. So the Oni of Ife is essentially assembling a think tank of Yoruba brains and elites and thinkers to formulate and come together to have a Yoruba strategy. So the Yoruba is now coming together under one umbrella. It is calling it the Ooni'S caucus. So the Ooni'S caucus, the full list then of the people on this caucus, I think there are 28 of them. So we go through the list of names and then we'll discuss really if we feel one that the caucus is something that is needed, what we feel the remit of the caucus should be, and if we feel that the members of that caucus are fit for purpose. So there's a Sunday Igboho element to this narrative, but I don't want to dwell too much on the Sunday Igboho element of it because we spoke about that copiously yesterday. But really, the Oni caucus is what I am wanting us to pay attention to. But still, with Sunday Igboho, a story that continues to recur in the headlines, Igboho's arraignment not about fake Beninese passport. This is his lawyer speaking. So now that now well vaunted narrative that it was because he had a fake passport, that is why he was being held in custody in Benin Republic, because of course his wife Rocco, who had a German passport, has since been released by the Beninese, but his lawyer is now coming out to debunk that fake passport narrative. So it's fake news and debunk really that is coming out of that Igboho space at the moment. We went through a narration that was being changed, and then that was subsequently debunked. So now we went through the narrative that is being held for fake passport. It looks as though that is about to be debunked now. But ever recurring in the media space, the Igboho story, another story that is not looking to leave the headlines anytime soon. Copa Cubana, we're still with him. Obi Cubana, SSS warns against flamboyant display of affluence. So you recall, of course, that the Jiadenyoju is saying that this guy has put himself essentially in that hush puppy space. And a lot of people were mocking and calling the Jiadenyoju jealous and all manner of abuse. But this is not that direction that crass display of abuse of money and opulence. That demonstration is now headed in that hush puppy direction, as predicted by the Jadenyoju. Again, the headline: Obi Kobana, SSS warns against flamboyant display of affluence. So that flamboyant display of affluence, of course, something that we also saw at the what's it called, at the wedding of Malami's son. But then of course double standard is an apartheid system now, as we have now rested on that resignation within the Nigerian space. All animals are equal, but some are more equal than the others. So this story was not advertised. This headline that I'm going to share with you next, and we might well end up on it or not, how Oyedepo's Living Faith Church paid graduate pastors 38 naira monthly. Another pastor opens up. So Oyedepo in the spotlight at the moment. A lot of you, of course, would have heard that storyline of him sacking pastors because they were not delivering enough returns, which then speaks to that space again that essentially the Christendom space within the Nigerian space is Jesus Christ PLC. So, of course, targets to be met and achievements to be reached and financial remunerations to be repatriated every month. Those 40 pastors were not meeting their financial targets, and then, of course, they were sacked. Were they winning souls? That is by the by. Their primary duty, of course, is to make Oyedepo money, and they were not making him money, and then, of course, he sacked them promptly. But then he makes all this money, but is he doing good with it? Well, this headline: Oyedepo's Living Faith Church paid graduate pastors 38,000 naira monthly. Another pastor opens up. So we'll come in via the Igbo flutes just to give myself a bit of just to breathe from reading you the headline. So we come in. Let's come in with, what are we coming in with? Let's come in with the Igbo flutes, and then just have the Igbo flutes for a moment. I'll catch my breath, and we get straight into the narrative. So to the Igbo flute, they reach out to my Igbo brethren. Okay, enough of that. Straight into it we go. Let's go straight to the Ibori narrative. Big shame. Nigerians react to photo of Senator James Manager kneeling before ex-convict James Ibori. Nigerians on social media have reacted to the viral photo of a oh God, it's not even a new entrant into politics, by the way, but it's just shameful all the way through. But let me just leave my commentary to the end. Nigerians on social media have reacted to the viral photo of a 5 times senator, James Manager of Delta South Senatorial District, seen kneeling down to Ibori for aspiration to be the next governor of Delta State. In the photos that has become a growing sensation, the 61-year-old senator representing Delta South Senatorial District in the red chambers of the National Assembly, Senator James Manager, was captured on his knees before the former Delta State Governor, Chief Onanefe James Ibori, most likely in his Ogbora residence. The ex-convict James Ibori, who looted the Delta State purse and was arrested in United Kingdom for money laundering, still holds head as PDP Delta's political powerhouse. Still holds head as PDP Delta State political power. It was gathered that Senator Manager is one of the candidates that Ijaw people are planning to push to the state governor to be the state governor in 2023. So it's really the photos that tell the tale. So essentially, it's that zoning thing that is going on within that space. So I'm not quite sure about our Delta politics, and I'm not from that region. But in Delta, as with most regions, is made up of sub-ethnicities. So the Ijaws are one of the ethnicities of the Deltas, and I'm not going to guess. I think the Yorubas might be one of them as well. But each of those subsects has had a turn at the governorship. So they are now making that decision now that it should go to the Ijaws essentially. And this Senator James Manager, no doubt, is an Ijaw man who now sees this as an opportunity for him to propel himself to the first seat of that state. And by route to that first seat is on his knees to this convicted looter. So this is the shame that is Nigerian politics. Now, some of the feedbacks, this is Ahmed, he says, whether people like him or not, Ibori na strong force in Delta politics, but God our Almighty, the Baba, for everything. So that is what one person says. Nero Two-Face wrote, and somebody still believe there is hope for this country. Big shame. This is what Rugaria wrote. The way James Ibori has held down Delta State for years without interruption is unbelievable. No other state in Nigeria has been able to witness this sort of political dictatorship. I think Lagos would disagree, but he goes on, not even Lagos. Even when he was in prison, no rancor, no noise, no opposition. From prison in the United Kingdom, he kept his cousin as governor. Okowa, that is there today, prides himself as his protege. Openly, too, billions are seamlessly looted this way as Delta suffers, and yet many eggheads and technocrats from that state simply keep quiet. It is unbelievable. Another person, Prince, he says even the current governor is friends with Ibori. The man is just too powerful in Delta State. This is Wari Akpoko, the next commentator. No shame say he did kneel down for criminal when they loot the state. No shame say he did kneel down. I'm not quite sure what is it saying that the guy has no shame, or is he saying there is no shame in that? So that remains ambiguous. One man mafia. This is another person speaking. Big Sarah. One man mafia. But if it is to be governor of an oil-rich state in a corrupt country, even myself go lay down. I don't support corruption, but it is obvious there is no solution to corruption in Nigeria since we'll always pick sides based on tribal and religious lines. So those are just some of the commentaries too that Ibori space. So This also is to that same storyline. So this next headline, it says a reason Senator manager knelt down before James Ibori, but I think we've already captured that in the previous. But let's just see, because this is a fairly short read, so let's just go through this. The reason the lawmaker representing Delta South in the National Assembly, Senator James Manager knelt before a former governor, James Ibori, has been revealed. Correspondents earlier reported that the five times senator was seen kneeling down before the former Delta governor during a visit on Wednesday. Reacting, an associate of the federal lawmaker told correspondents on Friday that it was just a sign of respect in Yoruba culture. So it says it's a sign of respect in Yoruba culture. So let me just quickly type this in Google. How old is James Ibori? Let me just see if I can quickly grab his age. So James Ibori, 61. The person kneeling down to him, 61. So I'm not quite sure if that is how you respect your age mates in a robo culture, but apparently, allegedly, according to sources, that is what they do in a robo culture. You kneel down to your age mate. He confirmed that the picture was taken on Wednesday when manager paid Ibori a courtesy visit. Whenever you go to pay homage to an Irobo elder or someone you hold in high esteem, you kneel down. It is a sign of appreciation for people to show who the person is to you. Things are just being twisted on social media. It is a personal relationship. You don't expect the senator to stand up and address Ibori. Well, there's nothing wrong with the senator standing up and addressing Ibori, but it's probably even more civil for both Ibori and the senator to be sat down and addressing each other, but certainly the senator on his knees, hands clasped together in a begging posture, is certainly not befitting of a six-time senator. Senator came to pay homage to him because he had not seen Ibori for a long time, and he took drinks. Those are the drinks you saw on the table in the picture. So that's the shameful goings on, that is the politics of Delta State. So that's a poor behavior that we know those elements for. So now to that now on a list. So this storyline has a Sunday Igboho element to it, but I want us to skip through and skim over the Sunday Igboho element, because this is not essentially about Sunday Igboho. It's really about the list of our 28 names that I'm going to read to you. So bear with me one moment. Let me just take a sip of coffee. The Ooni of Ife, Oba Enitan Ogunwusi, on Thursday formed a committee to look into the Sunday Igboho situation. The 28-member think tank comprises prominent individuals from the Southwest. They will monitor Igboho's arraignment in Benin Republic, the moves to extradite him to Nigeria, and likely prosecution. Our correspondents gathered that a plan of action is already being mapped out. The team is expected to provide updates to the Oni as events unfold, offer counsels, mediate with the Yoruba Nation agitators legal team, and interface with Nigerian and Beninese authorities. So that is one of their briefs, but that is not the totality of why they were formed. So just bear with me one moment, because but as I said, skip through the Sunday Igboho element of this storyline, but now focus now on this list of names, because these names are essentially the Onis caucus. They're the Yoruba think tank that the Oni is forming to address the Yoruba nation, to chart the way forward for the Yoruba nation, to come to a common purpose and a common cause, and to rally the entirety of Yoruba land under one umbrella. So that is the Oni caucus. So ignore the Igboho element because that's just a recurring decimal at the moment. But really, to these names, Olugbon of Igbo, Oba Olushola Alao, Senator Biodun Olujimi, Tony Saraki. So Saraki now a prominent name, of course. We all know that name from the North Central cusp. Segun Awolowo, I don't think anybody needs introducing at least to that last name. Donyi Okupe, so a politician there. I'm not quite sure. His politics is very particular and peculiar. Otumba Gbenga Daniel, he's even more peculiar. Prince Oyewumi, I don't know who he is. Muyiwa Ige, I suspect a child of Bola Ige. General Olu Okunowo, General Olu Okunowo. So who he is to be fleshed out. DIG Taiwo Lakanu, retired. So a military person. Shola Ibiseni, Afenifere secretary. So they've pulled in the Afenifere voice there. Jimmy Agbaje, no relative of Ovis, I'm sure. Shola Lawal. So Debola Oluwagbayi, Dupe Adelaja, Dele Momodu. I'm not quite sure that Dele Momodu, what he is doing there, and even if he should be there. Because Dele Momodu, of course, not a Yoruba man. Senator Tolu Odebiyi, so I don't know who he or she is, but then, of course, hopefully someone will. Dr. Olusegun Mimiko, so the powerhouse from Ondo State, the Ondo politician. Dr. Seun Obasanjo, so no doubt the Obasanjo name. Makin Soyinka, so of course, I mean, you know who his papa is. So a lot of the sons, essentially, of the great and good. So the next generation now looking to flesh out the Yoruba elite. So the people that established themselves at the hierarchy of the Yoruba trajectory, especially from independence. So now their offsprings now are essentially a good part, if not the bulk, of this caucus. So Makin Soyinka, of course, we all know who his father is. Dele Adeshina, SAN, AIG Tunji Alapini, so I don't know who he is. Ruben Abati, we know who he is. Eniola Bello, you can educate me on who that person might be. Bimbo Ashiru, so another name I'm not especially familiar with, but I seek to familiarize myself with. Senator Tokunbo Ogunbanjo, so another name that I don't know. Dapo Adelegun, so or Adelegon, Dapo Adelegon, and Professor Akin Oshuntokun. Well, I know who Akin Oshuntokun is. So those are the only 28. But what one do you think their remit should be? Two, do you think they are fit for purpose? And three, do you agree with the forming of this body? So to all of that, hoping to have a conversation on arraignment of Igboho, not about fake Beninese passport. This is a lawyer speaking. Reports that Yoruba Nation agitator Sunday Igboho Adeyemo was arrested with a fake Beninese passport has been refuted by his lawyer in the Benin Republic, Ibrahim Salami. Mr. Salami confirmed that the activist was only found with Nigerian and German passports when he was accosted by the tiny West African nation's police at the Cotonou airport on Monday. So, like I said, there's just a lot of muddied waters in this Igboho narrative. So now they are telling us that he was caught with a Nigerian and a German passport. So no doubt he would not have been caught with a German passport. I suspect that they're intending to say that his wife was with a German passport because there's no reason for him to have a German passport, and there's even no such thing as a German passport. So a lot of ambiguity is there. And with this Nigerian passport, we saw that passport being displayed at the DSS, or was his passport not one of the ones that was captured? Did he get a replacement one? So a lot of ambiguity and a lot of mysteries are still within that Igboho narrative. Mr. Salami confirmed that the activist was only found with Nigerian and German passports when he was accosted by the tiny West African nation's police at the Cotonou airport on Monday. Mr. Igboho was arrested alongside his wife, Rocco, whilst trying to catch a flight to Germany. Some media reports had claimed that the separatist leader would be tried for obtaining a fake Beninese international passport in Cotonou. Possessing a fake Beninese passport attracts a maximum sentence. Possessing a fake Beninese passport attracts a maximum sentence of 21 years imprisonment if found guilty. Speaking with BBC Yoruba, so this now gives this authenticity and legitimacy because, of course, if this is coming out of the BBC, then it does carry a bit more credence and weight than just coming from some obscure online source. So, bear with me. But speaking with BBC Yoruba, Mr. Salami said it is not true that Benin Republic passport was found on Sunday Igboho when he was arrested. What was found on him were Nigerian and German passports. His wife had only her German passport on her at the point of arrest, he added. Mr. Igboho's wife was freed on Thursday and her German passport was returned to her, but the court ordered that the activist be remanded in custody of Brigade Criminale in Cotonou as the Buhari regime failed to file charges against him. The Nigerian government again failed to levy charges against Mr. Igboho when he appeared in court on Friday morning, but merely laid allegations of arms trafficking and incitement, according to a statement by Ilana Omodua, signed by its spokesman, Maxwell Adeleye. The case against the activist was adjourned until July the 26th. Mr. Igboho's arrest comes after he escaped a bloody attack on his Ibadan residence, where 2 persons were killed and 13 others were detained by the State Security Service. Let me see, is there anything new? Okay, yeah, let me just give you the fullness of it. Nigeria Secret Police (SSS) accused Mr. Igboho of planning a violent insurrection against Nigeria, just as it declared him wanted. A statement by the spokesperson of the SSS, Peter Ofanaya, said that 7 AK-47s, 3 pump-action guns, 30 fully charged AK-47 magazines, 5,000 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition, and 5 cutlasses were seized from Mr. Igbo's home. The SSS also seized a jackknife, 1 penknife, 2 pistol holsters, 1 binocular, a wallet containing $5 in 1 American denomination, local and international driver's licenses in Mr. Igboho's name. Mr. Ofonaya also revealed that ATM cards, a German residence permit bearing the separatist leader's name, 2 whistles, 50 cartridges, 18 walkie-talkies, 3 charm jackets / traditional body armor, 2 laptops, and his travel passport were seized. Meanwhile, the Abuja division of the Federal High Court on Friday ordered the SSS to produce 13 relatives of the Yoruba Nation leader who were arrested during the controversial raid of his residence on July the 1st. So that is the thing now. So the Beninese government now are asking him, okay, you want him? What are the charges? The Nigerian government, of course, not able to prefer any charges because, of course, there are no charges. It was just an act of savagery that is something that is now we have come to expect as the want of the Fulani structure that we have at the moment. So barbarism and Yamotu, the culture for the last 6 years. The culture now within the current space flashing money. They even have some sort of gun now that they use to spray money. That is the thing now. They've even built now a gadget for spraying money. So to that rather crass behavior, the demonstration we saw in Oba in Anambra State, Obi Cubana, SSS warns against flamboyant display of affluence. So a lot of people bothered by this guy's demonstration, especially at his mother's funeral. It was in poor taste, certainly, and it seems to rub and grate the wrong way with a lot of people too. It seems certainly to rub and grate the wrong way with the Nigerian authorities, as again, Obi Kubana, SSS warns against flamboyant display of affluence. So now let's now see what Yusuf Bichi has to say to the Anambra man. The State Security Service SSS has warned Nigerians against public display of affluence, saying it was a great security risk. The secret police said uncontrolled exhibition of flamboyant lifestyle and deliberate show off of affluence has the potency of attracting kidnappers, bandits, and other criminals. Some and other criminals. People must adopt moderate lifestyles so as not to fall prey to these criminal elements, SSS Deputy Director Paul Udo said on Friday in Ilorin. He said this in a paper presentation entitled Security Tips for Healthy Practitioners in Kwara State at a symposium organized by the state branch of the Nigerian Medical Association. The warning came a week after a show-stopping burial ceremony of the mother of a billionaire, Obi, I won't attempt his last name, popularly known as Obi Cubana. The burial generated a lot of commentary online due to the lavish display of money, with some condemning the signature, whilst others held that Obi Cubana and his ilk were a metaphor of what could have been in the Nigerian state. So I'm not sure how exactly they are a metaphor of what could have been, because they're not an example of good. So how are they a metaphor of what could have been? The SSS deputy director pointed out that these were not the best times to show off in the country, especially when considering current security challenges. Mr. Udo also observed that boastful attitude and maintaining a habitual daily routine can also make someone prone to avoidable attacks. He explained that keeping negative habitual routines, such as keeping late nights all the time and driving on a particular route every time, can also put individuals under observation by all manners of attackers. The country is ravaged by insecurity on a daily basis. However, people should not despair. Security should be the concern of all people, and they must be enlightened on it. Mr. Udo described security tips as protection tips given to protect and secure lives and property. Security can never be 100% everywhere in the world. People should be knowledgeable enough on those things they can do to protect themselves. So on and on it goes to security tips, but essentially the warning in the direction of Copa Cubana and his wayward antics from the SSS. So shall we go to this? Shall we round it off with this? Let's just round it off with this Oyedepo narrative, so then I know that I've put everything on the table. How Oyedepo's Living Faith Church paid graduate pastors 38,000 naira monthly. Another pastor opens up. So Oyedepo very much in the spotlight at the moment, especially financial transactions and how he chooses to run his business and the sort of returns that he's expecting from his churches. Another pastor who was amongst the 40 recently sacked pastors by Bishop Oyedepo's Living Faith Church, has explained how pastors who graduated got 38,000 naira as salaries. The pastor noted that the gross salary was 53,000, but they were paid 38, as the rest was supposed to cover for pension and housing allowance. The victim, who preferred to speak on the condition of anonymity, noted that the money deducted for pensions were not even remitted to their bank accounts until their sack, and outrage went viral. He said, Oyedepo and the senior pastors knew they would sack us before employing us. That was why they gave us employment on probation. Someone went online to post lies in support of the church that recently sacked pastors, were being paid 80,000 naira and house rent of 150,000 naira. I will just say a little here. No employed pastor was paid 80,000 naira in the church. The highest salary is for degree holders, which is 53,000, and this 53,000 is not the net salary at the end of the month. The pastor will only receive 38,000 at the end of the month. 6,000 naira goes to the pension account and 9,000 goes to house rent account. It is very funny that the pastors we honored could not keep the money they removed from their salary in their own personal account for long without having to pay into our pension account. It was when they sacked us that they started paying into the pension account. Imagine that. His comment followed a revelation by Peter Godwin, a former pastor of the church, who was also affected by the sack for not generating enough money in his branch. Godwin, in a trending video seen by correspondents, said he was employed on the 28th of August 2020. He claimed he was invited with about 40 colleagues by the state pastor on July the 1st, 2021, and were sacked over low income in their branches. Godwin, however, failed to mention the name of the state. He had said, actually, by the special grace of God, our Father in this great assembly, Living Faith Church, received a mandate from the Lord to plant 10,000 churches in Nigeria. And by the special grace of God, I was privileged to be one of the pastors that were employed on the 28th of August 2020. So on and on it goes. I'm not going to give you the fullness of it. Bear with me one moment. I'm not going to bring you the fullness of it, but that is essentially what the guy has to say. Just bear with me. I'm just checking something to see. All right. Oh, I think we will actually leave that there. So let me now come into the room to see if there's anybody willing to take on some of the talking points. Ajanle Koko, I see you, but I see only you, Ajanle Koko.
How are you, one man?
Yeah, Ajanle Koko, good to have you, and I've got UK with us as well. So Ajanle Koko, first to you, first to this Ibori space, because this one rather. Have you ever seen anything like that? That picture that you saw, that
that is so shameful.
Is that not the low? That's the lowest I've seen. So we all know that space is rotten, but that is the lowest I've seen so far.
That is so shameful. I've never seen such thing before.
It's a 6-time senator, by the way, not some beggar on the street.
And it's older than Ibori.
No, I think they're the same age, 61.
Ibori should never be 61. I don't think Ibori is 61.
I just checked now. Yes.
Is Ibori 61?
Yeah, 4th of August, 1959. Yes, it's 61.
Oh, okay. Well, that is so shameful. I think it's just because of the desperate to get Ibori's anointment for that position of governor.
So that guy still has that much command and control over that space.
Oh yes, he's in control. He was even in control when he was in prison, when he was
This is what we are finding out.
And that is to tell you the level of corruption and how our people are so corrupt. Somebody that stole your money, and you see people still line up behind
You
him.
know, he brought the drinks. This guy, he brought drinks, expensive Remy Martins. Look at how arrogantly that one was looking down at him. You know, it took me back to those days of slavery. It was almost like, I mean, I've never seen anything like it. It's, it's
It's
quite a thing,
it's
you know.
it's so shameful that people in that state are so messed up completely. I can
Mm.
still line up behind this man as their leader, somebody that you know. I I mean, it was somebody that stole your money,
You know,
stole
of
the
course,
wealth of your state,
you
stole
know why,
everything.
you know why he's doing it. You know, do you know why he's doing it? Why he's kneeling down to Ibori?
Oh yeah, because he's desperate to get his nomination for the governorship position.
Because
He-
apparently they are saying it's the turn of the Ijos in Delta State, and he, of course, this James manager being an Ijo man, and whoever is going to be the governor of Delta State is going to be whoever Ibori decides is going to be the governor. So forget pride, forget arrogance. That guy is on his knees. Look at the way, you know how you do your hand together when you're in just a pensive, contrite position, just a begging, total begging.
like
Total
like a
begging.
like a baby begging for porridge, kneeling down before his mama for
My
porridge.
God.
When when we are little, then I can remember. Then your mommy will want to punish you and will tell you that there's no food for you this afternoon. You go and kneel down and start begging. Oh no, I won't do that again. That's exactly what he was doing, and that's so shameful. A senator, system senator,
So
senator.
when this guy becomes governor, what will be his purpose? So that just tells you, oh God, that means they've not had a governor since Ibori, because Ibori was last governor, I think, under Obasanjo, and you've had however many years since then. And if they are still kneeling down to him now, then that tells you then essentially that he's still the governor in very much the same way that Tinubu is still the governor of Lagos State.
Yeah, that is what it means exactly.
Hmm.
That is what that means. And can you imagine people that call himself an horrible person, a senator, a person that is a senator representing his people, somebody that people respect are
Should they
honoring.
recall him? Should they recall him off the back of this? If he was my senator, I would recall him because it's too shameful. It's too, the disgrace is too much.
Man, Nigeria, the way they do their own thing is so insane, and it's so you cannot just imagine, you can just fit in into anything. You cannot describe the way Nigerians do their. If you will see a lot of people defending that guy now. You
You
see,
see,
I can
they
see somebody
say
defending. So that's their culture, kneeling down,
you
giving
know
him wine.
somebody is
Why
already
must
saying
it?
it. Is it Alexander or somebody that is already saying it?
What
Or
kind of
maybe in the
culture is
comments.
that? What kind of culture will let your age group, you have to kneel down before you're somebody that is of the same age with you? I mean,
No,
that
no.
is
I think it was actually when I was reading the reaction to it that somebody in one of the reactions that I was reading said it is their culture that you have to kneel to your elders. Then that was
it's
when I
not
went
an
to
elder. It's not an elder.
that was when I went to check his age, Ibori's age, and I discovered that it's the same. I mean, I mean, you know, you want to be a governor.
That is
Unbelievable.
that is the way Nigerians, like to deceive themselves by lying to protect some kind of wayward action or an act of stupidity. They will just look for a way, for a kind of defense, to cover it up, saying that, that's what for elders, you have to kneel down before an elder. But Obori is not an elderly person to him. They're of the same age, 61 years, 61 years. So it's just begging him that, please let me have this, because he's so desperate. He wanted to get that position by all means, and it's Boris is the one in charge of, is the
But
political godfather of everybody.
Adale Koko, we've seen this before. Do you remember General Dia and Abacha? Do you remember that
Yes,
thing
yes, yes.
when it was? We've seen
Yeah,
this
he was
before.
kneeling down and he was giving him
Tissue
tissue
wipe his
paper
eyes.
to wipe his.
Yeah.
Oh, that's us.
So nothing has changed. It's just exactly
I,
what it is.
I mean that one is understandable though, because
No,
what
he was fighting for his life. He was
yeah,
fighting
fighting
for his
for his life.
life. You know, the only thing that would have completed this Ibori's picture was for Ibori to tell him to lie prostrate and put his leg on his head. I mean, now if you are going to, you might as
He
well
will
call
do
him
it.
with that. He
I'm
will do it.
telling
He will
you,
do it. He
he
will do
will
it.
do it.
It's unbelievable, but
Yes.
that is just how it is. Ajale Coco, to this, I didn't advertise this story, but I just happened upon it. This going on in this church, Winners Chapel or whichever one of it. The pastor sacked their CEO, General Overseer. He has sacked 40 pastors for not bringing sufficient enough returns from their congregation. So essentially, we keep saying Jesus Christ PLC, this is what they are doing. So now they are not being sacked for not winning enough souls and converting enough people to Christianity and changing lives around. No, that's not what they are being punished for. They are being punished for not bringing enough returns, tithes, and offerings. So essentially, abandon God in this whole Nigerian church narrative. Jesus Christ PLC. What says you, Ajande Koko?
I think you describe it well. This is Jesus Christ PLC. It's all about money. When they preach, when we were growing up, they preach about salvation. They weren't talking about money, saying, okay, you will make money or financial. How did they describe it? I mean, when you go to church,
Prosperity. They call it
financial
prosperity.
prosperity, yeah,
They,
financial
they, call,
prosperity,
they call it
financial
prosperity preaching now.
buoyancy, and all this. That is what they will be preaching to you in the church now. But when we were growing up, it wasn't like that. It was all about salvation. We all want to go to heaven. They will preach to you back then that, be of good behavior, all the scripture, follow all the scripture, and God have a place for you in heaven, and you will not go to hell. Be nice to your fellow human being, love your fellow human being, love your brother, love your sister, love your neighbor, love your enemy. That is what it used to be. But now it's all about prosperity. It's all about paying tithe. When you pay tithe, God will open road for you. So everybody is looking for miracle. So that is what we have now. And
It's just
and you will not imagine it. Most people that fall into that trap, that do all these things, that go and worship and want to go to mountain and do everything, they are all educated people. Very well educated people, but they cannot sit down and be, I mean, they cannot be objective, they cannot reason well, they cannot look at things in an objective manner. So it's just about sentiment and that's it. So
okay.
I want to leave it for themselves to solve it among themselves. I wish we have this guy, this guy that came on the platform some times ago, that guy from Winners. You remember him?
Oh yeah.
I
He will
wish
come
he's
and
around today.
no, he's in America somewhere. He will come and defend the indefensible,
Yeah.
because this is what he did last time. That the Bible says, according to you, there's always a quote in the Bible for all of the Bible will always say for all their wrongdoing. The Bible says you should be delivering commission to. Nonsense.
So I wish that guy is on the platform today so he can come and explain to
I'm
us.
sure
But
he's listening. You better turn up and don't hide away. Whoever that guy is, you know yourself. Come and defend the Bible says.
but me, as far as I'm concerned, I just want to leave it with them to solve it among themselves, because those ones that are crying like a baby now, that they were fired for this, they knew it too. They knew what they were going into. They didn't work hard to make that money. They knew that it's all about money. You understand what I'm saying? So they didn't work too hard and they got fired. So they should not cry like a baby. It's what they signed for. So they didn't do their job well and they were fired, and they should just accept it in good faith and close their mouth instead of shouting and crying like a baby around. You
Yeah,
understand?
there you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Just a quick thought on this Igbo situation. So they're not saying it's not fake passport. So a quick thought on that, and then I'll be coming to take a fuller thought from you on this Oni caucus because I really want your thoughts on that. But a quick thought on Igboho's latest installment. Now, the lawyer is saying that it is not fake passport. We're not exactly sure what they are arraigning him in court for. So quick thought on that, and then I'll take UK next.
Well, if that is coming from the lawyer, that's a good news, and that tells me that Igboho is in good shape, and we possibly get the asylum that he applied for, the political asylum he applied for. So, and a lot of news or fake news is flying around since when Igbo has been captured. You know, they said he was chained down, he was crying like a baby, and we got to know that that was not true. And this one now, the lawyer is confirming it that he wasn't charged for fake passport, for acquisition of fake passport. So a lot of fake news is flying around. But if what the lawyer said is true, then I want to have the belief that Igbo is in good shape, and they will definitely grant him.
In many ways, I almost wish that he has committed a crime in Benin Republic, you know, because if they have no crime to levy against him, then they have no reasons not to give him to Nigeria. So they should find a crime for him to be charged for in Benin Republic.
I think they're not going to release him to Nigeria. I'm confident of that because according to Ilano, Baba Akintoye's group, Ilano Omo group, the secretary statement that he issued today, he said they were, it is not, he said that Republic of Benin are not going to release Igboho on any ground to
Malabari.
To Malam Buhari because Nigeria and Republic of Benin does not have any agreement on extradition. You know, they didn't sign no extradition agreement. There is no extradition agreement between Nigeria and Republic of Benin. And secondly, Nigeria sent a request for Igboho to be, you know, extradited to Nigeria with just some kind of allegation which the Republic of Benin wanted more evidence from them.
Yeah, gun running and incitement. This is what they are saying: gun running and incitement.
And the Republic of Benin is saying that is not sufficient enough.
No, prove it, Abi. They can't just say so, and they will give him to you now. So bring evidence.
Yeah, can you see what I can read in that is that Nigeria can go down so low. Look at the Republic of Benin, telling them that
you know,
not doing their job well.
God,
can you see? Yeah,
and Femi Adesina will come. We are the best standard of the rule of the law, the international standard. Look at that. Benin Republic is telling you to, you know.
Yes. Yes, substantiate your evidence. Substantiate the accusation. You don't have nothing. You don't have nothing to prove. You just label an accusation against somebody.
So if they cannot justify the extradition of Sunday Igbo as it's been requested by the Beninese government, then the 2 people that they are claiming, or the 8 people that Igbo is claiming, however many people that they killed in that Igbo's residence, that then becomes a murder case, you know.
Oh
So
yes.
essentially,
Oh
those people were murdered then,
yes.
because
Yes.
there's then no cause for them to have carried out that action, and then it becomes a murder case.
It's a murder case, but who's going to try Nigeria except, as Professor Akintoye have filed against the International Criminal Court of Justice. That's the only thing, the only hope for justice for for press Nigerians, Yoruba people, and others. But Nigeria, there's no justice. They will just do whatever they want and kill anybody, and that's it. But the time will soon be up. It's a matter
Well,
of time.
all right, thank you, Ajay Nekoko. Stay with us. Obviously, we like your company, so just as long as you can spare it.
What of the Ooni'S list?
Yes, I want a fuller conversation with you on that. So I want to make sure, because
Okay.
there were a few new names that came on and then
Okay.
they
Okay.
left.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I'll
want
take
to
them.
try and
Yeah.
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 So let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat, and then I want to go to UK next, and then to UOVA after UK. So this is what Alexander is super chatting. One man, Ego is an Urobo man who will be able to clarify that scenario. So Ego, and I think even James is an Urobo man as well. So they can explain this culture of a 61-year-old six-time senator kneeling down and licking boots, rolling on the floor like a dog. But before, before we get to all that, let's hear from UK. UK, good to meet you. Just so to the narrative, we're speaking to this Niger Delta or Delta State rather, senator, six-time senator on his knees to convicted looter, and then we're speaking to Sunday Igboho, not being essentially not been accused of having fake passports. So what are his charges in Benin Republic? And then Oyedepo asking for more money from his satellite churches. So Jesus Christ PLC and all that. So to all of that, good to meet you, UK. So to you.
Yeah, hello, one man. How you doing, one man?
I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, how is everyone doing?
Everyone is fine.
Yeah, I just want to chip in
Good.
my own opinion, concerning about the politician who was kneeling down to.
Are you from that region? Is that your yard?
I'm an Igbo. Yeah, I'm an Igbo guy. So, well, I'll say time without number that one, our people, they are shameless human beings, more especially the politicians, because I mean, since that's the only way of their life, stealing. If look at Ibori, who stole so much money and was jailed, then came back, a whole criminal, people, a whole politician, a senator coming to kneel down for him. That's a big disgrace.
Not just a senator, a six-time senator. So this guy has gone 6 times and he has been re-elected 6 times.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And the totality of all that, what are we talking about? That's what, a good 20 years in the Senate, 25. And
Ibori is not a criminal, it's just a political
the totality of that 25 years of being a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is to be on his knees to a looter.
For me, that's to show the world that we have never started now. We have never started.
No, we have not even begun to start.
We have not even started crawling.
No.
We are just sitting there, everybody's moping. Even the professors, the one who claim that they have read all the books, look at these 419, chancing everybody. Everybody are just there looking. So when are we going to even start? That's the question. Okay, let me not waste my time. Let me go to the Sunday Igboho. Sunday Igboho, he didn't commit any crime. Rather, the Nigerian government should be held responsible for their crime being committed against that man. He didn't kill any person. He didn't, just all that he was just preaching that they should stop these Fulani people killing their people, which was the right thing to do. But since Nigerian states feel that he was a threat to them and they want to eliminate him, he didn't commit any crime. So Nigerian government should be held responsible. Okay, let me go to the pastor. Well, Nigerian Christianity had been monetized.
In the name of the Lord Limited.
In the name of the Lord Limited, as you say. So, about Oyedipo, well, I want to say something to our fellow Christians. So, whoever person that is preaching about Jesus Christ, I don't believe in this. They are so winning or do this thing, because even if you read the Bible very well, because one thing about Nigeria, we don't read, we don't research for something. We're always waiting for people to read for us and tell us all those they are garbage. Then we believe. If you go through how Jesus Christ was living in the earth, you find out that a lot of people rejected Jesus Christ while he was on the earth. People deny him. And he also said that because of his name, a lot of people is going to deny him. You're going to pass through tribulation. But
what has that got to do with... do you know what this... Do you know that in a lot of organizations, let's say, for instance, like Mary Kay is a good example. All these women that they go knocking on doors selling cosmetic products. It's all about commission. So you have a base level salary, and then what you earn is really from the hustle is really the gain. This is what Christendom is. It's a hustle in Nigeria that you get this church and you have to be bringing this X amount. You know why they sacked them for not being fruitful enough?
Yeah,
this is
I know. No, it's all about the money.
Let me actually tell you what they are doing. What they are doing, in essence, is that they are saying that these people are not delivering all of the money. They are essentially accusing them of keeping too much money. This is it's a scam.
Yeah. So even I'm trying to refer back to what Ajali Koko was saying.
Yeah.
He mentioned something that when we were growing up, around late 80s, even early 90s, before these Pentecostal people started springing up, the Christendom in Nigeria was very calm when they used to have all these Catholic and all those things. But as soon as this Pentecostal church came in, there was a whole lot of problems we started seeing all these things. Because I remember when we used to be small, they would say, just go and preach. They don't even talk about money. Even the tithe, though they do talk about it, but it wasn't as if what it is today, that if you don't pay your tithe, you won't go to heaven. I asked them, which heaven? Which heaven are we going? Which heaven are we going? Because the God already make our own heaven, just that they have spoiled Nigeria now. So all these are people, they are hoping that there's heaven somewhere. But my question, which heaven now? Which heaven are you going? We didn't even maintain the earth. Is it the heaven that we are going to maintain? That's my question.
UK, let me give you an example of one of the times that when I began to turn against these things completely. I went to this church once in the UK. So it was actually because my own church going is usually I go on New Year's Eve to see in the new year, and then if I don't go for the rest of the year, I feel I've covered everything. So the pastor was saying they were doing all that tithe, and then they were saying whoever gave £1,000 should stand up, come to one side. Whoever gave this amount should come to one side. So he was then weighing people according to how much they were giving to the church. And then I was sitting down there thinking that, okay, if that person that gave £1,000, if he had £1 million in the bank, he has not given much. But then the person that has £100 in his pocket and is giving £10, he is giving a lot. He has actually given more than that guy with £1,000. So it's all relative to how the impact of your giving is. But these guys, they don't really care. They just go aggressively after the money. And it's all about the money. And this is what Oyedepo is telling us.
Yeah, what I want to even tell people, I will advise people, if you work hard for your money, that pastor should also go and look for that money too. You can't look for money within even the money you are looking for. The purpose of church coming together is to be helping one another. Because among you guys, there must be some people who are not doing well. Then we should, the church should even help those people, not collecting from them and making yourself, to enrich yourself. Why other people are suffering because of you? Why don't you help? The purpose of church is to help one another within that church. If you see somebody who are not eating, you ask them. You take care of the church, not taking from them and be building your own empire.
All right, thank you,
Then,
UK.
then
Hallelujahs and private jets essentially is the
yes.
going on
So
there.
one more. I think I have one more thing to say to complete on the.
Oh, okay, yeah, go on.
Uh, what's the last question?
I think that is essentially the main thrust of it. But stay with us. Let me shuffle you for Ovie, who is about to go to work, but he just
Okay.
wants to just have a turn. So I'll bring you back. Let me bring in Ovie. Uh Ovie is sorry, apologies everybody. I know that Ovie is just well, he has to rush out to work. So Ovie, you are from Yard, but it looks as though now your main man, kneeling down, putting his look what disgraceful behavior by your people over here. What is going on? This is the thing. You build road, you put sand on top of Gary. You want to do election, you are kneeling down. What is wrong with you, Delta people? What is going on?
All right. Before I go, James, Ife, Leye, and Ego, and the rest, please. Thank you for using yours. Time for me to talk. One man, I beg, and everyone, please no question me why. So that let me land my point. Then we can.
Yeah, but defend your people, your people, your people.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to take a very interesting position here. So just bear with me, please. I don't like how you introduce James on Anife Ibori, the one and only Odidigbo of Africa, a man who rose from the grocery store to hold one of the richest states in Africa down for like 24 years now. He deserves some respect. And the gesture you saw being displayed by the honorable senator, I mean, it's not a.
Sorry, you said not to interrupt, but I will ask you to withdraw that. What honorable? What did you call him? Just call him the senator because don't we have to be careful with this. On a what? On a what? What did you call him?
Let me just.
I don't use terms like that now. What is that? Why you are calling somebody on his knees? Honorable.
That's not unique. That's not
honorable.
unique to him now. It's not unique to him. It is what is obtainable in that space, the political space. It's not just synonymous to Delta State or to Nigeria alone. Now the game be that. Let me start from the top to come down. If you want to talk at the America here that we are when I say it's not synonymous to Nigeria alone, I will use America as an example. Before you say, oh, where is this going with it? For the last 30 years or 30 plus years, election in this country, in America, two names are very prominent: the Clintons and the Bushes. There's a reason for that. That's an homework for us to do research about. Then we will talk about it some other time. The same thing that is the honorable senator is doing to James Ibori. Now the same thing our Southwest senators, whatever they do to Bola Tinubu. The same thing the North they do to the persons like Danjuma of today, the Babangida of today, the Sudan of Sokoto of today. So now normal thing is not something out of this what I've never seen before. Just like my mama, they always talk and say, now who they catch be thief. Now because he will see this man picture online and now he go, oh, he they go on everywhere across the board. The man know what he wants and he know how to get that. But what I'm more curious about is why is the picture released now? Why? And who released them? So those are the questions that I'm
well, no.
no.
Let me hold you to that space because I have that curiosity too. That why was the picture released? We know who released it because that space is controlled by James Ibori, and those pictures would have been controlled by James Ibori. So James Ibori or his camp would have released it. But why have they released it? Is the thing. One, that guy is never going to be governor now. We know that. After having seen that, I'm hoping that even you people from no, I'm hoping that you people from Delta will not even stoop that low because you're laughing. We would not accept that, and I'm applying the same standards.
Why? What do you mean?
The man on his knees, it will become. Then you swear him in. The man on his knees.
The same thing that is happening, the same thing in your own region.
Yes, but once are you saying that? No, hold on. Let me hold you to that thought. Are you suggesting, Ovie, that guy that we saw on his knees, his hands claps like somebody begging, like a beggar? Are you suggesting that that guy is going to be the next governor of your state?
I mean, you can't say never. That's what I'm saying. I mean, who am I? Who am I to say this is who's going to be the governor of this state? I mean, again, this is a man who has been 6-time senator. That's what even baffles me more. A 6-time senator. If I be a 6-time senator for my state, we go to share the state too. Whoever that power be before I come, we go to share them. I will have my own. No busy. As in, that's what I'm kind of like. I mean, that's why I respect the man Ibori himself. For a state that produce people like Koje Wela, Ezekwesili, JJ Okocha, and the rest of you, and the rest of them, for him to hold that state down for that long, even when in the jail, they control things. I mean, give him that respect. The same thing Bola Tinubu is doing in this South West, the same thing the likes of Babangida and the rest are doing. So it's across the board. I'll give you an example in America too. So it's not something new that we should be about. So why? Who released them? It is the camp. Why? Yes, he's going for, he wants to be the governor. Then who released that and why? So I'm more, those are the questions that are more, to lead to more things that it will relieve why, if he deserves to be the governor or not, rather than us getting carried away by who we need them. Now, what's everybody they do? It's a normal thing. It's not something new. It's just because, okay, it's always online. That's why all of us, they make no, it's about that one. Then one of the other one, you are talking about the
Yes,
Ooni.
in the name of the Lord Limited, Jesus Christ PLT. If you don't meet your targets, you are sacked. We are not asking you to deliver people. We are asking you to deliver money. So, Pastor Adeboye or whatever it is, whichever one of them, the business of the Lord, the manufacturing production line that is the churches of Nigeria, the LGBT,
No,
the
you
McDonald's model, this,
know,
just
you know my,
criminality, fraud.
you know my position on the churches before. Now business ventures, which are
Mm.
one day I
Yeah,
want to
Fela
be
Kuti said so now.
a
Pope na
shareholder.
enjoyment, a man una miliki. It's not
Yeah, no,
changed
me,
since
I
the
want
days of
I
Fela. This is what Fela was singing about, and it still is. This is it now, isn't it? Pope na enjoyment, a man una miliki.
it's an industry I'm very much interested in investing in.
We have to go and look. We have to start
But
our own church. We are mocking here. They are
no,
driving
I'm not
private
mocking
jets.
them. I'm not mocking them. The man did what every CEO would do. Everybody, you will do it. I will do. Anybody will do it. If you employ somebody and it's not performing, you let him know. However you choose to fire that person becomes the question. But yes, everybody will do it. The whole point of you employing somebody to work for you is for results.
And they were
If
not
you're not
sacked.
delivering
They
the
were not
results,
sacked for not delivering souls. They were not sacked but for not delivering souls, by the way. They were sacked
but
for not delivering money. So
I
that
no,
tells you where the leaning is. They were not sacked for not delivering souls. They were sacked for not delivering money.
yeah, but the soul is the same now. So is the product, while money is the outcome of the product. So either way you see, as I said, as a business owner, if people are working for you and they are not performing, you let them out. However
My,
way you
my,
choose to let them
my,
out,
my
people will always
goodness.
disagree with you, honorably or whatever.
Oh,
People will
oh, oh,
disagree
oh,
with you.
okay, I'll take your quick thoughts on Sunday Igboho, but before I take your quick thoughts on Sunday Igboho, let me just do two things. Let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat. Alexander, of course, exclusive rights to the super chat and plenty water. Um, James is a very proud Benin man. So he's speaking to James on the screen, who I was describing as an Urubo man the last time. So he's correcting me on that. He says, James is a very proud indigene of Benin Kingdom. So James will get the chance to expand on that in a moment. So thank you, Alexander. And then before you go on to your next, to the just a quick thought on the final topic, do you want to just trail your program? So Ovie is going to be doing a session. So describe your session that you're going to be doing to people and when to expect to expect your first session.
We'll be bringing you the Olympics live. Track and field anyway. Let me be very specific. Nigeria is being represented by 8 sports at the Olympics, but I'll be focusing on track and field because that's where my allegiance life. That's my constituency. That's where I spent 10 years of my life. So I'll be bringing experts and coaches to talk
You.
and give us. For me, I stand that we are not going to get any medal. I'm sorry if there's anybody that I just let down right now. That's my stand. But I have people who believe otherwise and who have the statistics and what have you to back it up. So Track and field is starting on 29th, so we will be taking it one by one to come be introducing to you the
So,
staff
so when should
and
we
everything.
expect your first session?
Sunday,
On Sunday. Okay,
Sunday,
so
I will give
so
you
so
guys
just to
the time.
okay, once the poster is there, then put it up so we can start to bring it to people's notice. So, or as Ovie said, you all know that we are in the Olympic period as it is now. So Ovie, of course, our Olympian, fortunately for us, and also fortunately for us, our Olympic correspondent. So on the channel, Ovie is going to be hosting a session that is just dedicated to that space. So that is what he's talking about. So just pay attention because in the next few days he's going to put up the poster to tell you even more about the session. But whenever he comes on stream, he'll be introducing even more and more. So Ovie, well done for doing that, and I am looking forward to it, as I'm sure a lot of our others are. So that to Sunday Igboho quickly, and then so that we can let you go prepare for work. So to Sunday Igboho, they are now saying it is not the passport. That he did not even do fake passport. So what exactly are they holding him for? That remains a mystery.
I have well, question regarding that. If it's not, if it's as they say it's with a German passport and a Nigerian passport, then why will it be arrested for that? Because why you even need Nigerian passport if you have a German passport and you're traveling out of Nigeria? I don't have any passport, so I don't know how that works. That again, I think there's, I think if I mean, I stand to be corrected. I think the DSS is coming out to say some of those guns that they find in the whole house were guns that they snatched from Idiroko when they break the border. You know, if you remember a couple of weeks
Yeah,
ago,
yeah,
months ago, we were
yeah.
talking about it, and we were talking about actually how guns, how did they get guns illegal? And I say just whatever way you can, and especially, and I think two days after that or something, and we heard that they break the border open and all that. And I think I very rare that I said something that, and I pointed to you, I said, one man, you said we no figure gun, people no figure they no figure gun. That singular ad alone, do you know how many guns that will pass through there? Even when for 5 minutes they break that open.
But
They
you,
break
you
open.
know you know
And
a
the
lot of
DSS has come out to say that some of those guns that they found in his house are the guns that is not from their
no
men
no
at that point of
Ovie,
time. I heard something like that. I mean, I stand to be corrected.
well, you are going to be corrected because what a lot of people are actually saying is that
This was
uh
on TVC, by the way. Sorry, also I heard it from TVC news. So,
yes. So what a lot of people have actually done is to image match a lot of those images that they put out of things that they said they seized from Sunday Igbo's house. So they image matched those images, and then what they are pulling out are images going back to 2013 when the DSS used this same set of images to tell another narrative. So this is just Photoshop essentially. I think that's been established that this is photoshopping on behalf of the DSS. And the Beninese now are asking them to provide evidence of the reasons. Because what the Nigerian government is levying against Igboho in Benin is incitement and gun running. So incitement and gun runnings. Okay, you've made the allegation. He who alleges must prove, of course. So the Beninese are not going to hand them to you because they have rule of law as opposed to just shoot and kill the nonsense that way. So they are just locked
see,
in that legalese in Benin Republic at the
yes.
moment.
So my stand from the one where Igbo surface is now Tinubu political strategy is that to make sure that they get the presidency delivered. And I still stand by that. Now, I'm not interested in the activities that will take off from there. If you look at the list that I don't know, one of the royal fathers put together, that to me it says a lot about what
No, are you talking about the Ooni'S list, the Ooni'S caucus?
yes,
But by the
yes.
way, that is not for Igboho. I just want to make that clear. That is a Yoruba think tank that the Oni had been working on for quite a while. But then, of course, this
Mhm.
Igboho thing came in, so they are going to deal with that. But really, they have a broader and a more long-standing remit than just some rascally Ibadan guy.
There are no coincidences. There are no.
No, we are not saying no. Pay attention. It's not a
Me.
look. No. Listen. No. You
I'm
don't pay
speaking for
attention.
me.
This is where the problem is. They were already doing this. This Igbo thing then happened after they had already planned it, but it falls within what they are doing. So they will handle it,
I
but it
understand you
was not set up
clearly.
for Igbo. So there is
I
not a matter of there's no.
understand you clearly.
Uh,
That's what I said. Me, I don't
mm,
believe in coincidences. When the Bowo surface in January, I did this one a political move by Tinubu. I said it. But everybody play as but how could they go? Because if you say this was set up before a Igbo incident happened, that also give reinforce my point that not just it's part of the whole game that is coming out. As we go, we will receive. Because if you look at the list, it cut across all the border, both political parties, medias, and what have you.
mm.
So
There's some names there that surprised me, but
team. Now the campaign team don't they build be that. Those are the men that will get to work at their very level of service where they.
oh, okay. The names there surprised me, but it's a more detailed conversation and a longer conversation than probably maybe when you come back or maybe tomorrow we'll still visit it some more because it's a big thing for me, but how big a deal it is for others, we'll soon find out. But thank you, VA. Let me let you go. But if you have more time, then come back and join us. But I don't think you probably meet us.
I need to
Huh?
go and live in.
Yeah, there you go. I thought you were a man of independence means. All those millions that you made from running 100 meters, you spent it on smoking Igbo. Look at that.
The last time I checked, there is a man worth $200 billion and you see the hustle. So,
Don't worry. Yes, the hustle is real. Thank you, VA. Yeah. Let me bring in Ayo, who also is just flashing through. He's actually given a time limit for how long he can be with us. So let's just quickly just grab a few words from him before he
Yeah,
has to disappear to go do bits and bobs. So Ayo, good to see you. You know what the talking point. Apologies by the way, James and everyone else. It's just the people that have to rush
sorry
off
guys.
so we can. Yeah. So you know what the talking points are? This rather disgraceful. I call it disgraceful, but what is your reckoning? This James Ibori now putting his feet over the neck of a six-time Senator James Manager, who is on his. You saw the image. It's just I'm
Yeah,
not sure. It's one of the most disgraceful things I have ever seen. But then of course your thoughts on that. The Oyedepo sacking people for not delivering enough money,
oh my
not
god.
enough souls, but enough money. This is now
Yeah,
Christendom within the Nigerian space. And Sunday Igboho, the endless fake news and just confusion that is coming out of that space. So, Ayo, to you.
yeah. Thanks, guys. And if I can just apologize. I know I was on yesterday and I dipped out. That wasn't due to me just dipping out rudely. There was a storm here and the power went out for about 20 minutes. And so, I mean, usually if I'm sort of like on the platform and I disappear, for whatever reason, it just seems like I have a bad connection every now and then, and I just disappear. I just don't want to seem like I'm rude because I know I complain a lot about people being rude, and I certainly don't want to be perceived as rude. So to
No,
answer your
it's
question,
too late. We've already formed our opinion. We've
no,
already
no,
formed our opinions on you, Ayo. There's
no,
no
no, no.
getting away, but carry
I
on.
mean,
Yeah,
I am
no,
rude in
it's fine.
certain ways. I am rude in certain ways.
No, it's fine.
But dipping out is not one of the ways.
No,
If
you're
I ever just vanish from the screen, it's probably due to a connection problem.
no,
All
you're a
right. So
valued
yeah.
member.
So one of the things that I've noticed about the Nigerian condition is, and Nigeria does this to you over time. And those of us who've lived in Nigeria, when we move to other places, it takes a while for that problem to get stripped away. We just have a lack of righteous indignation about anything. So as long as someone has money, or as long as someone it doesn't matter how he obtained his wealth or his influence, he could be the most despicable human being on the planet. But as long as he's wealthy, nothing else matters. There is such a lack of righteous indignation that the Nigerian condition does to us that is problematic. And until it doesn't matter how successful we become, how smart we are, or how much of a cohesive society we become, until we grapple with that, it's a very, and no one talks about it, but it's a huge problem that I have noticed among our community in general. Even on this platform, there is no moral compass, none. Everything goes. You could have someone who acquiesces his morality to Fulani terrorists because, hey, he's in charge and this is the power, and if another group had it, they would do the same thing. This is a problem. This is a problem. We need to have a moral compass. There needs to be something more important than power and money. But I know we're probably a million years from attaining that level of power, because that truly is what power is. When the most, disadvantaged person in society can look the other way because he doesn't want to be brought down to the level of a rich guy if he feels it's immoral. We're quite away from that. We're quite a long way from that. Hopefully that will happen. So yes, so it's pretty much all over Nigeria, and in some areas it's a little more pronounced than others. This Ibori guy, he's a crook. He stole. He was caught. He was jailed, and for some reason, we have senators or people in power supposedly feeling the need to go kiss his ring and pretty much just worship him like he's this god. And it's unfortunate.
Ayo, the Ibori James Manager storyline in many ways is not different from this Oyedepo and the 40 pastors narrative. It's just the same thing, really. It's just playing out in different arenas. In politics, they're on their knees, and in religion, they are being flogged for not delivering enough money. It's just money, isn't it? That's the bottom line with everything Nigerian, money.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And once again, it's because we're in such a we exist in such a broken society in Nigeria that no one seems to be able to question anything. Even religion is a problem, and it doesn't matter whether it's Christianity or Islam or anything. Any extreme form of religion is problematic. You have all these Christian evangelists that are pretty much just businessmen. It's a huge business, and it's not just in Nigeria. I mean, it happens here too. Although a lot of people are onto it here. It happens everywhere. But in Nigeria, it's just taken to a different level where people who can't afford to send their kids to school, who can't afford to feed themselves properly, feel like they need to donate 10% of their income to some rich pastor flying around in a private jet. Now, if that is not insanity, I don't know what is. Human beings, we're a programmable species, and we're pretty much just hardware, and you can program us any which way you want to. And governments and societies do that, but sometimes it's just taken to a whole different level that just borders on, I don't know, insane sort of like,
Ayo, let me tell you what insanity is. I've heard of instances where people go to a lot of these juggernaut churches. They will hand in at the tills or whatever the last naira that they have on them, and then they will walk all the way back home because they've handed over their bus fare home. So this is to the pastor that has already, it's told you on that rostrum that he has 4 private jets, and your last pira that will take you home, your bus fare, because you want to be part of it. You say, maybe you are sowing a seed. They will tell you that you are sowing a seed. This is it.
Yeah,
and then that's it. Is not the gari that you would drink that night. It's just
it's really insane. And back in the day, when you donate to churches and they use the money for good, they use it to help the poor, to educate the uneducated, to help families in need. This isn't the case anymore. All that money is going to some rich pastor's lifestyle, and he has brainwashed you into thinking that somehow you have bought access to whichever god you're worshiping by giving him your last dollar so that he can prosper and you can remain poor. I mean, you can't make this shit up. human beings, we're just, especially when we're desperate and poor, we just lack the ability to think logically and reason, and we hang on to hope and dreams and prayers. And it makes no sense, because the most powerful religious countries in the world have a really powerful army. Why don't they just lay back and rely on their God to protect them? Why does Israel have one of the most powerful armies in the world? Why does Saudi Arabia have one of the most powerful armies in the world? Now, why don't they just rely on Jesus and Allah to protect them, or whatever their God is to protect them? So this is the kind of insanity that people don't think about, and especially at the micro level, the ordinary poor guy who has nothing but is just looking for any glimmer of hope. He's completely given up on his own ability and capacity to provide for himself. So he's throwing every single last penny he has at some rich pastor, hoping that, you know, maybe some miracle will happen, which never will. I mean, it's really, really asinine the way some of these pastors conduct themselves and how predatory they are on their congregation. It's sad.
Was it Shakespeare or even the Bible itself that said a fool and his money? You know, so a fool and his money, but Ayo Sunday Igboho, that's just muddied waters, the narrative that is coming out of that space now.
Right.
The Oni of Ife, of course, has composed like a panel, but not necessarily for Sunday Igboho, but they will capture that as part of their initial remits, as part of their initial work. But the sort of stories that were coming out of that's coming out of that space. Just yesterday, we were discussing that they were saying he was chained to the floor and was crying like a baby. This was
Right.
attributed to a lawyer. So then we heard that he was caught with a fake Beninese passport. This attribution was made to a credible source. But this source now, he spoke on BBC, so we are hoping that he has some veracity. He said
Right.
that he wasn't actually caught with a fake Beninese passport, but he had a Nigerian passport and a German passport on him. There's no such thing as a German passport, so that would be an EU passport. And then
Right.
I think his Nigerian passport was already seized because they were
Right.
quoting his so just muddied waters that Igboho space. So untangle that for us, Ayo. You are the clever one.
Right. No. Yeah. So, yeah, I think, I don't know that he should be looking to leave custody of the Beninese security apparatus, because even if he's granted bail, and if he's in a situation where he just can't leave that country, he's at risk. The Nigerian government can take him out. I think the safest option for him, you know, as ridiculous as it sounds, is to actually stay within their custody until he works something out where as soon as they release him, he can fly to Europe or somewhere else. But if the deal he's trying to strike is, well, I'm looking for bail and then I'm going to hang around Benin for, I don't know, a month or maybe 2 months while all this plays out, I think that's really risky. It's just too close to Nigeria, and Nigeria has a little too much influence over its neighbors to take that sort of risk. So, you know, I'm kind of glad that the Oni of Ife has sort of like commissioned a think tank. This is what smart communities do. And
no, this is what we need, though, isn't it? Because it's
Absolutely.
always we need this in Yoruba land. It's
Yeah.
well needed, you know.
Yeah, I mean, this is needed in every community, not just Yoruba land. The Igbos need this too. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself reacting. And if you find yourself reacting to a situation that you don't want to be in, you're never going to have the upper hand. If you have a think tank, people who can play out every single scenario and counter that by a response before it actually happens, you're on your way to achieving a lot. So, and you know, I don't know how long.
Do you think the list was expansive enough? Because if you are saying you are doing a Yoruba think tank, I
Right.
cannot get that word right ever. If you are
Right.
doing a Yoruba think tank, then
Right.
surely that should expand to include the South Americans and, of course, these people in Benin Republic, Togo, etc. So they should have a seat in there somewhere, at least one voice within that space. So that,
Sure.
yeah.
Sure. I don't know that we need that right now. The immediate problem the Yoruba community or the Yoruba nation is facing isn't going to be that much influenced by the wider Yoruba population. Absolutely. At some point, there's going to be a need for that. But right now, the urgent need is for, I would say, Yorubas from Southwest Nigeria to figure out how to get out of this sticky situation, how to protect themselves from being maimed, being killed, being kidnapped, being subjugated, or the attempt at subjugation by the Fulani Caliphate. That's what is most urgent at this point. Igbo, yeah, sure. A lot of people don't like him. They think he's a thug and whatnot. It's not him as a person that matters. It's what he represents. This is the difference. The Queen of England is just a person. She is in her 90s. She's old. Most people probably don't even like hanging around her. She's not what's important. It's what she represents that's important. And this is what I think a lot of us are missing when we don't really see excellence in Igbo, the person. He was courageous at the time the Yorubas needed someone to be courageous. He stepped up.
It's good to see people standing by him, though, because they're demonstrating in Ibadan, and it looks as though there are people attending the court in Cotonou as well. So it's not being cast adrift. Pa Adebanjo is speaking. Professor Akitoye is speaking. Oni of Ife is taking a position. Afenifere out there, so they're circling around him to tell him that no, we're with you.
Yeah, and that's necessary. And I don't want to once again go on like some, as you've mentioned in the past, the Yoruba supremacist, but
which you are, but so you're holding on to that one. So
I'm really encouraged. I'm really encouraged by the actions my people are taking. I'm really encouraged. In the past, I was a little worried that this is all talk and no action, but things. This is how a thinking mind would handle this problem. Commission a think tank, play out every single scenario, have a rebuttal to everything, and then see where the chips fall. And then at least if you have it, doesn't mean that you're not going to change your trajectory along the way, but at least you have something pre-planned out.
And this is what the Oni of Ife does not especially care for Sunday Igboho, by the way. You remember how insulting Sunday Igboho was to him at some point when the Oni had to correct him. But then, of course, as a king and the paramount Yoruba king as well, Yoruba above all else, so he has to take a position.
Right.
And I think
I don't know that I've seen videos with Ibori when Igbo went to get his support, and this was about 7-8 months ago.
No, I think he retraced his steps. There was a time Igbo was saying that people like Onida will be going to Abuja to collect dollars, and it was when it was brash and crass and crude with his pronouncements.
And the thing with that is, Igbo is not polished, and the Oni knows that. I actually grew up with the Oni's brother Tunji, and they're really part of the polished family, that is not going to be a problem. That is not going to be I don't think the Oni is going to take that as a slight. He's going to take that as this is a courageous Yoruba man, but he doesn't have the polish, he doesn't have the education to be able to conduct himself in a way he should, whenever he should, and you got to make allowances. No one is perfect, but overall, he's pretty much done what he needs to do to win the support of the Yoruba people. And he's still a powerful symbol. And that is why the Yoruba nation needs to understand that doesn't matter what happens, you cannot let this guy fall into the hands of the Fulani. You cannot let him fall into the hands of the Fulani, because that will be demoralizing, and that would be a huge victory for them. Sure, in the grand context of everything, we can still be shouting one Nigeria and this and that and blah, blah. But ultimately, as an ethnic group, this guy is super important. What he represents to everyone, rich, poor, educated, uneducated, everyone has an opinion about how they feel like he should be. So he's an important figure, whether we want to accept it or not. And I think the Yoruba elites, the Yoruba leaders they understand that, and they're protecting him, which I'm very pleased about.
Yeah, no, the Euro, even you recall that Femi Fanikaude actually went to visit him at his home.
Right,
Femi
right,
Fanikaude, you don't get more elitist and snobbish than Femi Fanikaude, but he
right.
understood the potency of Sunday Igboho and he
Yeah,
went to meet him in Ibadan and spoke in glowing terms about him. Not
yeah,
necessarily about Sunday, but about the space that he occupies and what it stands for. So yes, I agree with that. We have to, no matter, you cannot, he fits the bill for what it stands for. Essentially, this is just it. Because you need somebody like that to be in that way to
right.
punch it through so that the grammar people can then come and blow grammar to the space that he has created.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, all things all things, equal. Hopefully, whatever the strategy is, like you said, he wasn't caught for having a Beninese passport. They're holding on to him. Um, I think I don't know exactly what's going on with that whole situation, but my suspicion is as soon as he leaves their custody, he's probably going to be flying straight to Europe because that would be the thing that would make sense.
Yeah.
Him hanging around Benin is super dangerous, super dangerous.
If they cannot find any reason to hold on to him, what they could then do is just to release him in the dead of the night, and then
Exactly,
he can just board that flight to wherever and go to
exactly.
Germany because he has family there. So
Yeah,
thank you, Ayo. Always a
thank you so much.
pleasure. Just
Thank you.
Ayo, just in and out, just to because he missed his slot yesterday, you see, and he was determined to
Yeah,
have his say. So good
right.
to hear from you. So that was Ayo. But Baba Kure, good to see you as well. We're not coming to you yet, but your fan clubs are already hailing, as you can see, that Baba Kure, oh, he's back. Hey, who? So the chanting and wailing at the return of Baba Kure. But before we go and celebrate that return, let's go to Igbo first, who Alexander has assured us is from this region of James Ibori. So, Igbo, is it your culture then for somebody to be kneeling down to their junior and doing oraisa with the junior looking down at them arrogantly like some speck of dust or some piece of garbage? What's that going there? James manager and James Ibori. What is all that? Is it a James thing? We have a James here, but he would never conduct himself like that. Ego, what is
It's a James. It's a James Bond.
James Bond? This is it.
James Ibori is a James Bond, the magic man.
Look at that. A
Now,
convicted looter.
No, it's not convicted looter. That is
He
an
was not
injustice
convicted in
against
the UK.
Ibori in London.
Look at that.
It's a
We
political movement. There is an injustice
okay.
against Ibori in England. We
Okay.
know what happened, what transpired during those times. Why are you talking like that?
Miscarriage
One
of
must sometimes
justice in the
follow up.
UK. You miscarriage of justice in the UK. Is that what
Yes,
they are
now
saying?
it is a setup. You don't understand what plays that time around. James Ibori was never a criminal. Forget all these things they are paddling up and down in the UK and whatever. Don't tell me that that case, that judgment that was given in UK will be overturned very soon. We are still appealing the fraudulent judgment. You understand what I'm saying? Ibori and James Manager are not mates, even if they are aged, maybe 60 years. You must understand that, listen, these people, these politicians, at least we have carcass. See,
It sounds like you are
generals
trying
today that you go to bow
justify
for,
what we
they
saw.
might
It
not really
sounds like, are you
senior you.
hold on. Are you trying to justify what we saw, Ego, for a 6-time
Eh,
senator to be kneeling down to a looter?
But stop calling the man a looter. This is where I
He's not a
disagree with
looter,
you.
he's an honest man. Is he an
Don't be
honest
using
man?
that word.
Is he
You
an
will be
honest man?
saying, what you should be telling, what you be selling to the public is that, is it right for Chief Onanefe Ibori, the ex-governor of Delta State, who remained the elder statesman of the state today and has control over the whole district, is it right for James Manager to bow down before him? And I say yes, because James Manager is no older than him.
Wow.
Of
You
course, and he's
surprised
a
me.
chief.
You surprised
He's
me,
a
eh?
chief. This manager is not older than Ibori, and Ibori is a chief on his own. So if this manager go to bow down before him and they are age mates, my brother, he wants something from him.
If you need something from me now, my brother, even if you are older than I, you bow before me.
Six-time senator.
Forget manager. Even Ibori will not even give listing. Even Ibori self is not going to give manager the whatever. So whoever is publishing that one to do, that one is their own listing. We have told Ibori that this time, if you want to give data to a leader, you should give data to a credible leader that will build the state.
Oh, okay. I need to interject to Igbo. Igbo.
Yeah, go on now, Babakure. Good to see you, Babakure. Yeah, go on.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you, everybody. All right, the question I'm going to ask Igbo is that, are you talking in the perspective of tribalism, or you are just talking generally about Ibori? Because are you from Delta State?
I'm from Delta State.
Okay,
I'm not talking with regard to tribalism.
Are you talking as a Delta man, or you are talking about people who are fighting against corruption, or fighting against equality, or fighting against injustice?
I am speaking to the Nigeria. I am speaking to the Nigerian space in general today.
No, you are not speaking. You are not speaking into Nigeria space. You are still speaking as a single person in Delta State.
So that. No, I'm speaking as a Nigerian, not as a single person.
Ibori is a criminal. There's no difference between him and other politicians. So that's what I want to get across to you now.
You see, Baba Korea, you see, this is the thing, no? This is the thing. We get this with... Hold on. Sorry, Ego. We get this with Celibi we get this with Celibi as well. She will come here and lambast everybody that they are all criminals, but you point out the corruption of what is his name? Goodluck Jonathan, who is our own tribesman, and then all of a sudden, no, he's an innocent man, is more righteous than the Pope. James Ibori, a convicted looter, convicted in the UK, not in Nigeria, and Ego is telling us that it is injustice in the UK. You know,
this is a political movement.
Look at that.
You don't know that Ibori was chased.
Ego,
I don't know that Ibori was chased. Nigeria, from there he was chased.
Hold on.
To England.
Do you know the meaning of this?
Sorry, Woba, please. Yeah. Ego, it was when I went to serve in Delta State. I knew that people share money to that's my first experience of seeing that politicians share money, that people line up in front of their house, long queues.
The money that belongs to them.
The money that belongs to them.
Look at that, but it's not corrupt.
People were telling us that Copper would not enjoy you if to say would see money for us, he go just dash you that money. So I'm like, where is that?
Is it not better in that than those who steal and go take hide for somewhere? What are you talking about?
Is that the Nigeria we want to be? The arrest of Ibori
was a political
sorry, one at a time. Sorry. Are you the same Ego who comes here every single day to lambast corrupt politicians with pain in your? We can hear the pain in your voice as you talk about corruption in Nigeria, how people are looting and the impact it's having on the people. Are you the same James that is now coming to? Are you the same Ego that is now coming to defend James Ibori? Is this a different? You are the same. You are the same Ego.
I am the same Ego. I don't like a criminal.
You don't like a criminal, now. But James, God, this is Nigeria. This is Nigeria right here.
It seems to me
unbelievable. You are the same Ego. You are the same man.
I'm gonna let Ego talk.
Okay, sorry.
It seems to me like what Ego is saying now is that I should support Akeredolu now because he is from Ondo State, having not paid staff since March. Then I will be, he's good, he's doing good things. That is what we are trying to replicate here, man.
Okay.
No,
let's hear how we justify
Don't misjudge me. Allow me to come. You see this political space in the whole Nigeria, you know how it is. When Fayose left office the last time, he went straight to the EFCC office. Why did he go there? Because why? He is an opposition. Let me tell you, It was James Ibori who brought 13% derivation to Delta State. It was James Ibori who fought Obasanjo head to head. From the 8 years he sit in power, he gave Obasanjo no peace with regard to the entire Niger Delta region and development. He dragged justice to the sea. All those things you see that went against Ibori, it's just a movement. We were in the state when he was governing. That is he a corrupt guy? Yes. Nobody's arguing that one. But did he really deliver in terms of dealing with the people, the state, the government, policies? Listen, that guy, nobody will ever take data set from him unless he go to grave. Because we saw what he delivered during those periods of his tenure in office, just as Wike is doing today. Wike is the only man in the South today we are hearing of. During the Obasanjo regime, it's only Ibori you hear of in the whole of Delta State. Why? He talked to the presidency. This is what my people want. Whether you like it or not, this is where we will go. So such people are people we need that can speak. Not when they see that you are vocal, you are very good in exposing them and dragging the rights of your people, they begin to manipulate that you have 1 billion in London. Is it the only first politician who transfer money to London? All the money in London, they don't know the politicians who owns the money. They should bring all the money back and forget all this. They silent him because they are planning to destroy his political career. See, the most qualified Southerner to be the next president of Nigeria is Ibori. Is the most qualified Southerner to be the next president of Nigeria. I can argue that to anything. We witnessed his government. You, one man, or maybe you did not follow up this. That time when Lucky Binedion was eating all the Delta State, stealing the whole of Edo State money and put it in the boot, refused to do one single street. Ibori was building roads all over Delta State. And he was telling Obasanjo that, see, you must bring this here, bring this here. Our derivation must go through. He was bringing schools to Delta State. He was working for the people of Delta State. So when they manipulated and distressed political career, you don't expect us to keep quiet. Ibori not be the first man with transfer money go England. After us, all the country, when the state that he is running, he is also having some kind of normal gift or whatever. He can be gifted all those kind of billions with his position.
Let me ask you a yes or no question. During his time as governor of Delta State, in your opinion, did Ibori, did he corruptly enrich himself? Yes or no?
Himself.
Yes.
Everybody.
No, not everybody. No, not everybody. Ibori.
Yeah, enrich everybody. Yeah,
did he corrupt? No, not everybody.
He did not corruptly enrich himself.
He did not. He did not corruptly enrich himself.
He did not.
He did not steal a kobo from Delta State. Not one kobo.
That is what they told us, U.S. government.
I'm asking you now.
There is no record of that in Delta State court. He was acquitted in all his case in the federal court in Delta State.
Okay, Igor, let me tell you this. If Ibori did not corruptly enrich himself when he was governor of Delta State, then we should do a plaque in Abuja for Ibori, because he has to be the only governor in the history of Nigeria that has served as governor and they did not loot. He has to be the only one, because there's no other governor that can claim that, what you are claiming for Ibori.
No, I've not told you that Ibori has not loot. I have not told you that
this is what I asked you now. So did he loot, yes or no?
Ibori did not steal for himself alone. He steal for everybody.
Did he steal?
For everybody.
Okay.
He steal for everybody. Ibori did not loot for himself alone. Ibori is the only governor, like I told you, that is qualified to be the next president of Nigeria. If not for the way they chase him in this country. Let me tell you, you don't understand the potential of that man. You should go back to history and know what that man did.
I know the potential of Delta State. I know the potential of Delta State, and it's not even anywhere near what is showing on the street. Ulrich State is one of the best minds on the planet.
Since Ibori left office, we haven't had a governor in Delta State. Forget Udwaga. Forget Okowa. Since Ibori left office, we don't have governors that are Delta people. They don't keep quiet.
Now we are going to be looking at you differently now.
Keep quiet. So when you see people like Governor Dwaga and Okowa keeping their mouth shut in time of crisis and trouble and hunger, we've never had such governors. So Ibori will never come out, Ibori will never leave that position. If he give us a leader today, we only tell him, don't give us who will steal us, give us who will develop the state. Our request to him this period, give us who will develop the state. That is the request we put for him. Because it's whatever he said that they will do. Because he has done the people very well.
Ego, we're going to be looking at you differently now. Let me play you this. Let me play you this. I play this all the time, but now the meaning of this song is exactly what Ego has just done. Baba Akure will understand this. This is what Ego just did. So that is it right there. No, that is Tiwa. Look at that.
If you want to talk of corrupt
look at that. Your voice has changed here now. No, you're not the righteous Ego anymore.
Wait. One man. If you want to talk of corrupt governor during that Obasanjo tenure, if you want to talk of corrupt governor, it's Lucky Igbenedion, Lucky. Yes, himself and Ibori are the same, but Lucky Igbenedion, his own level of corruption, if somebody like Lucky Igbenedion was there in London, they would have left him there. Lucky Igbenedion stayed in power for 8 years. He did not do one street. He did not do one for Benin. We all witnessed it.
All right,
Ibori was building street to street across the entire Warri, Ughelli, Saple, that, the whole local government. He was building roads. It was dragging universities, it was dragging polytechnics, it was dragging derivation. What are you telling me? The things that man was fighting for that time, when this boy came to power, Udwaga, if he have a police style, Delta would have moved forward. If this man come and follow up, just as the foundation Tinubu lay, that some of these guys follow to be at least be developing Lagos, small, even if they are stealing, but they are doing some job. That is what we are talking about.
All right.
If they are following up with what this guy has done, we will have a better data state. But since he left office, we have nobody. That's what we are telling him, that even manager going to speak grand there, we will not give him the leadership if he's not ready to build data state. That's the truth.
All right, thank you, Igo. Let me just acknowledge Alexander's super chat, and then we'll move on, because I think we're clear on your thinking on that. But just before we move on, is it the turn of the Ijos? In now the governorship? Is it the Ijos now that have a turn, Igo?
Actually, it has not been a thing of turn by turn before, but that's what is playing right now. I don't think it's supposed to be the turn of the usual, but whatever turn it may be, is Ibori that make that decision.
And no, that's fine, just for reasons of time. And James Manager is an Ijo man.
He's an Ijo man, yes. That's what I'm saying.
All right, good. Let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat. It says the two most corrupt governors ever in Nigeria are Ibori and Igbenedion, in my opinion. In 8 years of Igbenedion, he did absolutely nothing. So that is Alexander super chatting to that space. A lot of people of that view as well, that Igboho, an extremely corrupt person, but of course the people from his own home state, they leap to his defense. Teni, Tiwa. So there we are. So there it goes. Ego, the voice of the people, usually in this space, battling against corruption, but not corruption of his own people, though.
Don't put it that way. Don't put it that way.
Look at that, Ego. Look at that, Ego. Look at that.
Man, don't put it that way. Don't put it that way. See, this is what we are saying. Okay, you say yes, Wike is corrupt. Excuse me. Do you say yes, Wike is corrupt?
Of course he is.
Okay, good. Do you appreciate the job that guy is doing in Rivers State?
Yeah, no, that's not side by side.
He's the best governor that I've ever been in Rivers State.
For whatever he's doing, that
my
is
brother,
good.
corrupt and spend the money in the state. We will be happy.
No, for whatever he's doing, he could do 20% more if he was not looting that much as much as he's looting. So he's not doing anybody any favors for whatever he is doing. He put himself in the position to say that he can build the roads and build the hospitals. So build the roads and build the hospitals. But then if you build 10 roads and 10 hospitals, for all the money you have looted, you could have built 15 roads and 15 hospitals. And if you have built them, then they would not need to be built anymore, and then the next person can improve on that. So that is the point. But let's go to
somebody that is not building at all. One man, please try to encourage these people. You don't know what we are going through in this country.
Look at that.
I'm telling you, you don't know what we are going through in this country. Encourage people. People will sit there for 8 years. They will not do one street. My brother, you don't know what they are going on, yo.
No, I don't know, but just because I want to get to James quickly, let me just take you first to the Oyedepo storyline. The 40 pastors are sacked, not for not winning souls in their parishes, but not delivering enough dollars to Oyedepo's coffers. So, in the name of the Lord Limited and all of that going on, the business of Christendom within the Nigerian space, cash and carry. This is what they are practicing. Cash and carry.
It has been like that. Oyedepo, this guy once come out, Femi Falana. He said these people are just opening business center across the world. And we think that he's just trying to embarrass these people. But that's just the simple truth. When you fire 40 people, you not tell Nigerians that when you hire 70, nobody was there. Why did you fire them? You say they are not right. They are not multiplying. There was a word they used. You say
they're not fruitful.
Yeah, you say they are not fruitful.
I have a clip. When I come to Baba Akure, I'll play him that clip of
what kind of fruit? The kind of fruit is what we don't know. Is it that they don't win more people to the
fruit now? What
or they don't bring more money? Because I don't want to run into conclusion. Maybe if they don't bring more people to the church, that's the fruit. But you can see maybe they don't bring more money. But Nigerian pastors now, all businessmen, they have private jets everywhere. Pastor has 95 past. Pastor na miliki. Imam na
enjoyment. There you go. But Ego, look how long ago Fela Kuti sang that song, and it's still relevant. It's still relevant till today. This was 30 years ago Fela sang that song, and it's still, there's nothing that fits that song more than this Oyedepo and so just private jets preaching.
They continue to dwell in all what Fela told us about their criminality. They continue to dwell in all what Fela told us about everything that we are seeing today. See, Oyedepo and his church and everything, I believe that a church is a house of God, but I don't believe that somebody should be watching, which is these people who call themselves Jews. I don't believe that anybody should worship anymore.
Should we not just form the conclusion that these so-called churches, they are essentially entertainment centers? So you go there on a Sunday in your clothing to go and listen to nice music and dance and get to meet your friends that you've not seen for the week, and you catch up for the week. So it's nothing to do with anything religion, but it's an entertainment center. And
just
those tithes those tithes and offerings, they're essentially your entrance fee. Because of course, if you go to the cinema, you pay. If you go to the theater, you pay. So if you go to now this place, which is essentially an entertainment center, then why would you not pay? So it's just really an entertainment center, all these so-called churches.
Well, it's not only it's just a meeting. Some of these churches are meeting points. Sorry, some of these places are meeting, but I don't want to be using the word church because the word church should be the house of God. Some of all these places are meeting points, not really churches, because what they just do, some people who have been going to all those churches, they don't even pray in their own. They cannot pray. They've not read the Bible before. They've used religion in this country to divide this country. The problem we are facing in this country, they are part of all these pastors. They've used religion to divide this country to the highest level. Now, you are telling us that this pastor is not fruitful. That's what you come to the pulpit to tell Nigeria. On what way? And what do you expect Nigerians there to feel that this pastor is not fruitful? TB Joshua died the other time. Sunday even sent condolence. They were calling in names and names and names and names. Even the dead, pastors are still chasing him. What do we want in this country? What do we want in this Nigeria?
Those places are not churches, as you said. There you go. If you see some of the dresses that some of these women wear to those churches, they're so short, they won't let them into some nightclubs for being too indecently dressed. These people.
There is one video, if I have, I will send it to you. It's like a white garment church, a video. I will send to you. I will check it.
No, those white garments, the booty shaking, the way they shake their booty in that.
In front of the men, the 5 of them, they just went in front of the men.
Man.
Inside the middle of the church, they just started shaking their booty up and down. Inside, the camera was just catching them, and then you bring this thing into the public space. So these are what we get. You understand? Well, we please to this pastor that they should lead us well.
Yes, it's
one man. So I see the smile on your face anytime you
the booty shaking in those white garment churches is like
that one I'm telling you, I'm going to send you the video.
But thank you, Igor. Let me go to James. I'll still come back to you, Igor. There's still a few more things let me go to Igor because I'll just so that everybody gets a sounding. So James, you of course you stand accused. I stood you accused, but Alexander came in to try and defend your name, saying that no, James is not from that region, but you can speak for yourself. You are still in that cause, former Bendel State. James Ibori putting his leg on the knees of his leg rather on the neck of a 6-time senator because the guy wants to be governor. So they say it's culture, but it's this culture as you know it. Sunday Igboho, they're saying fake passport or no fake passport. And then, of course, Jesus Christ PLC, Oyedepo is sweating his business centers for even more dollars. So all of that, James, good to see you.
Good evening, one man, everybody, good evening. I would like to talk about that of Ibori first, the one Igor have just explained. You know, the issue is this. Ibori was a man of the people. He stands for the entire Niger Delta. So as a result of that, everybody loved him. And again, he was a man that really engaged in a very massive development within the Delta State area as a whole. So he left no region in Delta State untouched. It was just like the days of Bermuda. So for that reason, all ethnic nationality that make up Delta State, they fell in so much love with this guy. So that is why a lot of people, even like me, I cannot just come here and call him a looter because it's very difficult to say that. The reason is so simple. You cannot just look at about 36 governors in the state and call the rest you can't just single a single person out and call the remaining 30-something people a saint when you look at Nigeria system or structure. So Ibori was a man of the people and a man that was determined to stand for his people. So I strongly believe that that case was a case of a setup because it was a trouble to this what is it called? Basajo administration then. So because of the way he was doing things, they don't like it. So they set him up and that's something happened. So, and again, they caught him with money laundry cases of different types. For example, if you have money that is more than 10,000 in your pocket and you did not declare it, you fall victim of that law. So that is why they hold him. Not just that he just went to bank and cash Delta State money, put it in a bag and start traveling to UK and all those kind of things. So
it's even a framework. Framework, yes.
Yeah. So and that is why the whole thing was so complex. So later they release him. But I'm not saying he's just 100% saint or he's a corrupt person. But when you look at the system that we practice in Nigeria today, I see no reason why the president will carry a sack of money and give it to anybody and say, go and develop the state. And without asking that person to come back to come and render accountability. Even in the normal circumstance, we don't supposed to even take money like that. It's supposed to be something of transfer, and why spending have to be monitored. But it's like one is having I told somebody that Nigeria political system is just like you have a pussycat and you also have fish. After frying the fish and everything, you carelessly give it to pussycat to hold it for you.
Do you know how much?
Everybody understand what is going to happen to that fish. So,
do you know how much of Ibori's loot was returned to the Niger Delta just recently?
Well,
Because you are saying 10,000 is money laundering.
Yeah, anything more than
4.2 million pounds. The UK government has
It's
just
not a
returned.
loot. It's not a
And
loot.
that's
You don't understand.
Listen, one man. I want to tell you something.
Isn't his own money? 4.2 million pounds, and that is not all of it. That's just the first tranche. Of
one man. Listen. Before he became a governor, I tell you, he's a very rich guy. He wasn't just somebody who started making his money through political something. So he has been into so many business, and he's a very rich person. So the way they set him up, or the way they try to, blackmail him, was very hard. I will tell you, the people of Delta, they are not fools. They still look onto him as a man that can represent them. And that Senate coming to him is like when you understand the strength of somebody and you want to go into something and you want the backup of that person, you will definitely go there and, request something and request some certain levels of support from that person. And doing that, you will try your best as much as possible to be humble. And after all, humbleness is part of our culture in that very particular region when you are coming to ask somebody specific something that is very important. But it's very sad for people to leak those videos, and Ibori have to put a stop to that. So you have to carefully check. I don't think Ibori will order people to come be publishing that, because it doesn't act that way. He's not the man that loves to bring shame to others.
James, I'm going to post this in the comment section for you to go have a look at your leisure. This is gov.uk. So this is the official voice of the United Kingdom government. So this is not even a newspaper report. This is a report from the United Kingdom government. The United Kingdom government, UK to send millions of pounds recovered from corrupt officials back to Nigeria. So this is the UK government speaking. The United Kingdom and Nigerian government have signed an agreement today to send 4.2 billion pounds of stolen funds recovered by the United Kingdom agencies back to Nigeria, where it will be spent on key infrastructure and building works for the people. So it goes on. So I skip to the third paragraph. The money stolen by former governor of Nigeria's Delta State, James Ibori, and his associates was retrieved through operations led by UK law enforcement agencies who worked to identify assets bought in the United Kingdom with illicit funds and recovered them. So, look, the guy is a looter. Let's just accept that. He's a looter.
Okay, Wama, let me tell you something. Anybody that is ruling Nigeria automatically also have some kind of leverage in dealing with United Kingdom. Look at the case of this Ooni'S. Now look at the way the United Kingdom government is acting. Nobody expects them to act like this. At least they're supposed to protect him and do all the necessary things. They are not doing it because our president has been able to, talk to them what he wants, and they have reached a deal. So you cannot tell me out of 36 states and all those governors, you want to tell me they don't have assets there in United Kingdom?
No, you are doing what about now? No, we're not talking about assets.
Okay.
That's looted. That's the UK. You see it now. You look at yourself. www.gov.uk. Gov.uk. Government.uk. This is not BBC. This is not Channel Television. This is not NTA. This is the United Kingdom government itself telling you that its agencies have recovered 4.2 million pounds stolen by James Ibori and sent back to the people of Delta State. And that is not even the money. Come on, man. Come on. Don't go against facts now. Don't go against facts.
No, Wama. Even if we call it fact, let us look at it this way.
And it's not 10,000 pounds. I should try to calm it off.
Okay, if we decide to say this guy is a thief or is a looter, you want to tell me the rest governor they are sent? They don't. You want to tell me they don't fly to United Kingdom? Why is it that only Ibori was the person that they sought out and start humiliating like that? It's just because that other people with upper hand want to set him up, and that is why they did it to him. So we cannot just use United Kingdom report to judge our leader. Or we understand that what is going on in Nigeria is not properly structured. I cannot come here to come and say my governor from my state or maybe my neighbor state is the worst person with what is going on in Nigeria. Things are not properly structured. So I cannot say Ibori is a saint or is not a saint here. But what I want to tell people is that if we want a better Nigeria that will work for us, we should understand that we must accept the fact that the people that are supposed to fix Nigeria has not been chance to go to that upper level. I can't blame Ibori if he lose that money. How can a president use that to give people money and they don't come and account for it? So you want me to tell people here that Ibori is the worst person, is the criminal, is this, is that? Yeah, okay. I will not blame him. What of the money that they have been spending on our president on a monthly basis for healthcare?
Why won't you blame Ibori for stealing money?
That is the question.
Okay, let me tell you why.
How do we want to have a good nation?
Let me tell you why.
You champion that steal your money. You don't want to hold him accountable for stealing your money.
Let me tell you something here. I want to quickly tell you something why I will not blame him. You that is talking here, you may talk like a saint, but once they put you into that position, you start doing different things. You will even do worse.
That's not true. That doesn't mean, hold on. That doesn't mean that we should not hold him accountable for stealing the money.
We don't have any proof as far as Nigeria is concerned. It is the United States that is confused.
They have proof. That is why he spent some time in prison in UK.
Yeah.
They don't have time because some of Delta State money that Delta State were fighting for during this government.
No, Ajali, let me tell you why. As I said before, if you have anything taken out of your country to this foreign country, more than $10,000, and you did not pass through the rightful channel, even if it is your money, it becomes a laundry. And that's the problem with the Ibori case. So some of those money were not properly channeled. So error came in and it could not rectify it. So even here in Europe, you'll be punished for it. And that is exactly what happened. So, however, these guys are not saints, as I said earlier. But I will not blame them. I blame the government and the way the government is being structured. If they make you a leader tomorrow, you will do the worst more than these guys.
Hold on. I want to agree with you that the government is structured. It's our constitution. Our constitution allows free money, give them money, and don't ask them to account for it. That is the problem. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see the monthly allocation they give them, and they don't give them on the basis of what they have to use that money for, and then supervise what they use that money for, and hold them accountable if they didn't achieve what that money is given to them, but the purpose is given to them for. So I agree with you on that. But for you to say that, you cannot blame him for stealing the money, no, it has to, it's a position of responsibility, and he has to account for every penny that is spent in that position. It's a public money. It's my own money and yours money.
Yeah, Ajale Koko. Hold on. Ajale Koko. We talk about clones and silicon mask a lot on this platform, courtesy of the Eastern Quarters. So the people you are looking at on your screen now, this is the real James. This is the real Ego. This is not clones. They are not clones. They are not silicon masks. These are the real same people that come here every day to lament about corruption in Nigeria and say how corruption is ruining Nigeria. But then their own boy is exempt. It is a different matter. Are you wearing are you the real James, or are you wearing silicone mask?
That is the problem.
Are you Jubril or Sudani? Is it? Are you Jubril? What is this now, James?
See, no, Mama, try to understand me. Try to understand me. Try to understand me. This man went to him. Imagine somebody that has been in exile for so long, coming back home, and someone wants to occupy the position to govern that state, and that person went back straight to Ibori. It is not because Ibori have talk or he have people that can swallow people in Delta State. Delta State is not like the state you have in your Yoruba side. Most of the Yoruba states are pure Yoruba states. But in Delta State, you have so many tribes and ethnic people who live together. However, as they live together, they have differences also. You understand me? They also have differences, and sometimes they have eternal quarrels and strifes. And that is why, for peace to reign, people like Ibori always agitate for, a rotational power system within the area, because Urobo is a very large ethnic group within that Delta State. So that if they are able to shape a power together, there will be peace, there will be understanding, because even when things are not good or things are good, there will be chance to govern the people instead of throwing everything into ethnic crisis. So this is what Ibori has stand for. And again, Ibori is a man that stands for development, because within that period of time, he helped a lot to develop Delta State. And he was engaged ambassador in so many areas in terms of policy. How come Ole Ibori was the one that was speak in United Kingdom, while the rest people fly to United Kingdom and out? You want to tell me they don't go there and do something? So for me, I don't trust the United Kingdom government to come and give me a report about Ibori. All I have to say is this.
One man.
Yeah, go on.
One man, can you just let me add some light to what James is saying about it?
Okay, do that, and then so that we can move on to Baba Kore. Yeah.
Good. For you to understand how that guy, how his intellect is. He is a political wing, even I'm not going to say like Tinubu, but more than even Tinubu. Why do I say this? You see all those many ethnic nationals within that Delta region. He was able to rule over them, and they all came to love him. Why? You see this power now, he's not greedy over it. He spread the power from the end of the state to the other end of the state. They position them, so okay, this turn, it will be of these people. He is not a part of oppression. So when you see somebody that is leading you people, bias not a day for his judgment, when you want to divide the running of the state, at least you give such a person kudos. Now people, they rule you so well, anything, they refuse to leave power. But Ibori so programmed that state to the extent, if he want manager to get the power now, he will send the power to him, German. And he will give reason why the power should go there. This is why he's doing the things in the state, not bias. That is what we want.
Igbo, do you want to declare your hand? Did you get a position under the Igbo? You don't have to say if you don't want to, but were you a functionary under his administration?
I was not a functionary under his administration. I only have friends that was a functionary in the administration, but I was
not. Okay. But so it's not making sense.
I was not. I was never seated with him, but I saw all what he did.
So that Ferrari that we saw you driving the other day when you were taking
your
daughter.
I was not driving Ferrari. My brother, friend of collection, is a Lexus.
There you go. Not Ferrari. We're only joking about it. Yeah. Okay.
Let me quickly. Before you go to Baba,
I'm only joking. No, I know you're an honest man. I'm only joking, Ego. But James says, yeah.
Let me quickly round up.
What I wanted to know about Ibori, and I expect you to give him kudos for that, please.
Yeah.
Give Ibori kudos for being a decentralized Delta state who can hold the state together. Please,
okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Let's go back to James. James.
Yeah. So let me quickly throw something about Sunday Igbo and our Royal Majesty.
Yeah, but I wanted you to comment on Oyedepo and his 40 pastors. So,
that one is very clear, my brother. You know, the Bible said by their fruit we shall know them. So, and their fruit now is becoming so, the print of their fruit is becoming so broad for everybody to see. So, when you talk of so proprietary, they're not, you call them limited. Limited is somehow like public, you say share. This one is just a complete sole proprietorship. When you die, you put your wife there or your son. So that's nothing to to do with limited or anything, you know. So,
all right, and on Igboho.
Yeah, on Igboho and our Royal Majesty, what Oni of Ife is doing is very logic, and these guys are making a move. They don't expect them to come and be making a move by shouting in the street. He has done a very great something by setting up a board or a kind of think tank people from Yoruba land. Because what is on ground is a thing that requires deep reasoning and a well-sophisticated approach. So definitely, as a royal father, he is there for everybody, the good, the bad, the ugly, even those who try to throw their mouth sometimes negatively. And I don't think there's any way he's going to let it go into this suffering without hurting for him. Me, I'm very sure of that. Because Igboho may be necessary, it may be useful for him tomorrow, seriously. We are talking about life here, my brother, because the entire country is already at stake. I watched a video today where more than 300 houses were ransacked in some part of the northern part of Nigeria. People were killed and a lot of people. So those things are coming to start. So the reality is already on ground, and he's doing his best. And all I'm praying for is that with all those people that he has gathered, they will think about the Yoruba, Dodua, and at the same time, try to think very well what will make the South to be peaceful, because if they do it only Yoruba side and leave the rest people like that, the chances for the rest area, if care is not taken, to go into crisis is very obvious. That is what I want, my take on that. So I thank him so much for his move and for what he's doing also. So that is my take on him. He's doing a great thing.
All right, thank you, James. James, I'm going to shuffle you with permission to bring rational mind in so that everybody, but don't leave before you speak again. So that's James, the man that defends the indefensible, but I'll come and challenge you some more. But to you, Baba Akure, good to see you. You've been away. People have been asking. So now you see Baba Akure, so you see now that he's still with us. Before we come to Baba Akure, though, let's acknowledge Alexander's super chat. So, and this is actually to James. So, let me just bring James back for a moment, because this super chat is to James from Alexander. So so this is to you, James. James, Alexander is saying, James, Ibori was picked upon. Ibori was picked up by the United Kingdom because he is a known convicted criminal in London, king of credit card fraud in the 80s in the UK. So a long history of criminality, of course. Ibori, the guy's a criminal, James. Just accept it. He's a criminal.
Well,
he's not a criminal. He's not a criminal. I don't accept that. I don't accept that. See, that credit card fraud you see in the 80s,
you excuse that one
business too. For every even white man.
Normal business.
Even white man. It's a normal business.
Look at that.
We should not celebrate. We should not celebrate criminal.
Look at that.
Igbo, that is our problem. We should not celebrate criminal.
It's normal business now.
We should do decent. We should do right, man.
Who don't like criminals. You know I'm that person who don't like criminals.
We used to think
you like this one. You like this one. Ibori is a criminal, and you are championing him. Come on, man, Ego. We shouldn't be doing this.
You know why you are saying this? Because you are in America or Canada. That's why you are saying this.
Oh,
you are not on ground. You are not on ground to see what's going on. And forget all this propaganda. Ibori has never been a criminal. The 80s you are talking about, we all are in the UK doing the same credit card business.
All right. Thank you for the super chat. Hold on. All right. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So, James, let me shuffle you. I just wanted you to be there for Alexander's super chat. So, Baba Akure, to you, were you running credit card scams in the UK in the 80s, according to Ego? We were all doing it, but I'm going to say Baba Akure.
Is it a lie? One man talk the truth. One man speak to the truth. Is it a lie?
Thank you.
Let's say the truth in the public now. Let everybody hear. Is it a lie? Because I can call over 300.
I never done it before.
I have never done it before either.
I've never done it before, and I will never do it.
No.
I can call more than 300 boys now? And men and family men, America, London, and Canada now that are seeing into that business. What are you talking about? Credit card? That's what everybody do.
It's a criminal act. It's a criminal act, is it not? Is it a criminal act?
You know, during the days of struggle.
Are you saying is it? Nico, you are saying though.
I think we need to abandon that.
Okay, let's go to. Okay, thank you. Let's go to Baba Akure, who has been waiting patiently. So thank you, Baba Akure. Actually, let's start you off just from a different spot, just to take a respite from Ibori and his looting. But different looting. Oyedepo, of course, he is saying that. You don't deliver not souls but dollars, then you get sacked. So that is the church space. Actually, Baba Kore, let me just play you this clip. I was saving this for you. This is the guy speaking to that nonsense that he's doing. Bear with me. I just had it so here he is. This is Oyedepo in his own words.
Rich. People are confused about our ministry. I mean, and like some fellows say, they are not bringing income. That's why they ask them to go. We ask you to go because you're unfruitful. Unfruitful, blatant failure. Doing what there? We have no patience with failure here. Amen. Now, when we employ 7,000 people at a time,
So unfruitful is essentially how he is describing it, this ridiculous man. And he's using that funny, he has that funny.
Anyway, thank you very much for having me today. And I saw your message, and I replied back to you anyway.
Yes, you did.
I'm fine, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. Now I'm going to start with the issue of credit card. I think this platform is not a place where we can be debating about the issue of credit card fraud and stuff like that, because we know what they think about Nigerians when you're talking about the issue of a credit card. Like me as a person, when we're talking about credit card, either in Canada where I am, I always stay away because I don't want to be mingling in all those nonsense. I have as many credit cards as I want. My bank granted it to me, and I use it judiciously. So I don't have to use anybody's credit card. I have enough money on it that I can use for anything I want. So let's forget about the issue of credit card because it is very annoying. I'm very sorry. We know how they tag Nigeria with the issue of credit card all over the world. So I think it's something that we just have to put aside. Now I'm going to talk about issue of James Ibori. Issue of Ibori, as James said, I'm going to support him on some point that he made. When Nigeria returned back to democracy in 1999, and it was fortunate that Ibori was one of the first governor. There was this man from Akure, from Akoko side in Ondo State. So I at least I know a few of them, and I think when you're talking about infrastructure, those set of governors, they try their best, though they are fanatically corrupt too. There's no doubt about that across Nigeria. So the issue of defending somebody, this one is not a criminal, this one is not a fraudster, and all kind of thing, I think we just need to forget about that. 99.99% of Nigerian politicians are corrupt. Even in the whole world self, politicians are corrupt. So the issue of this one is saint and this, let's just put that aside. So because it is very annoying when we are trying to get out of the problem we find ourselves, that Nigeria is backward due to the fact that corruption is ripping the country, and the same corruption leads us to this issue of insecurity. That if people just die every single day, the same thing is happening. and we still condole and sit down here and praising people that they are not corrupt. Tell me one politician in Nigeria that is not corrupt. Even the local government councillor. Do they care? They don't care. But we sit down here praising them. There is no doubt Ibori did something like good road and stuff like that. There is no doubt. But that still doesn't take away that he is fanatically corrupt, just like other politicians and other governors in 1999. And James also mentioned statement that he believed that it was set up. In my own case also, I will not dispute that. It could be politically motivated. Like he said, Ibori was not the only person that have house in UK. Almost all our politicians have their houses all over the world. Even particularly in UK, they stash money in UK as well. So, but my case now is that the issue of defending him, that is not corrupt and is not corrupt. Let's just put that he is corrupt, no doubt about that. And my point on Ibori, the guy that kneel down for him like a woman, because in Yoruba area, it is woman kneel down like that.
When they bring food, Abi, in the traditional manner, when they bring food, or and then or when you even want to wash your hand after eating, then they'll come with the this is it. God.
Exactly, but not man like me. Six times somebody because is my godfather and kneel down there for hours. After I've already becomes 6 times Senator. What do I want again? You want heaven? You want to buy God with all the money you are receiving every single month for good 6 years? That is just bullshit. And that is showing us that Ibori, despite his convictions in UK and all kind of thing, it is still showing that it's still very much has influence in political landscape in Delta State. So this is one of the problems we are having, because we are talking about corruption.
Because that tells you essentially that there's no hope for Delta State. That picture alone, it tells you that there's no hope.
Not even Delta State alone. If people have mindset like James and Igbo, if we still have that youth in Nigeria and still talking like this, so there's no hope for anybody in Nigeria. If we have just 40% of them like this, there is no hope for anybody in Nigeria, because we are talking about the issue of corruption every single day, and we see that is what led us to the position we are right now. And we see present people who are looting our money, giving you money.
And you are right, Baba Akure, you are right. We're using Delta State as the example, but remove Delta State, put my own state or your state, remove my own state, put your own state on those state, put any state in Nigeria. It's the same story all over. So it's not. This is the example, but it's just an example of what goes on in the entirety.
So what you are saying to me now is that, okay, because Ibori is sharing money, the money that belongs to you, that's supposed to use to create job, giving you money now. So you believe that is why I have to love him. That's why I have to like him. So you see that is the problem we are having. If you create job, because they want to subject people into abject poverty. When you steal the money and now you come and buy them, you give them money. And you give them money, you believe that you are doing something. That is not what, you don't do anything right. You create job opportunity for everybody to be able to feed themselves. And that is what we see in abroad here. You won't see anybody that will come and stay in front of one politician and they will be giving them money. Because everybody, at least they have where to, they are okay. Most people here living in abroad, you see how people live their life. You see, somebody can be even working for $500 in $500 in a week, and using a vehicle that senator is using right now in Nigeria, brand new vehicle.
Baba, let me even add to your point. Most people in abroad don't even know the politicians representing them.
Exactly. You can be earning $500 in every week, and you are driving vehicle of 2021 model. It's just a matter of paying it little by little. Comfort zone. So, but now, but even for you to even buy a vehicle, if you are working in Nigeria, even for you to even buy a Nigerian used vehicle, you will sweat. How much? On 50,000 naira per month that you don't even get on time. Then we sit down here, we're praising people who's giving us 5,000, subjected us to abject poverty. They don't want us to live comfortable life like every other.
Can you let me interject you small, James? Sorry, Akure man. I will let me interrupt you. Now, see, you are telling us now that you surprised that people like James and I come here, blah, blah, blah. Listen, do not misunderstand our point that we make. We have not come here to tell you that Ibori is Jesus Christ. Or Ibori.
That is exactly what you just said.
No, that is not what we said. We have not come here to say to you that Ibori is Christ or saint. The position we make is very quite clear. Since Ibori leave leadership in Delta State, we have not had a governor. And then you ask me, say, why I say so? They all have for £4 million for London, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you, the ones they did not even owe, they still billions, will not see their own. So don't tell me that they owe.
I'm not
okay, wait. I am pushing the point. Just wait. Now,
okay. Push your point. This is my time to talk. So I know.
I will still leave my own. I will leave mine with you also. I'll still coming. The fact that they hold him with £4 million now makes him a criminal. Okay, good. Come back to Delta State where we came from. Ibori was able to put his legacy in terms of development from the north of the state to the south of that small state without injustice. In his cabinet, he did bring everybody from every corner of the state. So leadership is not about whether they go publish your name, say you go steal. Not with that we will take judge you from where we come from. We will judge you with the things we see on ground. We saw a man that is charismatic and detribalized, was able to lead the
very to cut you short. You still come back to the same thing. I'm not saying if you listen to me very well, just let me talk, please. If you listen to me very well, I mentioned that in 1999, when we got when we were to democracy, Ibori was one of those governors that got the ticket and won the election at that time. There is no doubt Ibori, the set of governors we have at that time, they perform at least wonderfully well than those people that we are having today. There is no doubt about that. But the issue that the point I'm making is that telling us now that Ibori did not loot at that time and it was not corrupt. That is what I wanted to erase, please. All politicians in Nigeria, 99.99% of them are corrupt, even in the Western world. That is why I don't like politics, because I know them very well. Everywhere, politicians are corrupt. There's no doubt about that. But Nigeria is fanatically corrupt. If they give them 100 million to spend, they will spend 99 million for themselves, and they spend 1 million for the masses. In the Western world, when you give politicians 100 million, they will spend 99 million on citizens and pocketed 1 million. That anybody want to challenge me can come on the street and challenge me about that. Politicians are corrupt. There is no doubt about that. But the difference is that some politicians in Western world, they are doing according to the foundation of their country and their constitution. There's no doubt. They are also stealing. That is just the point. But telling me now that we need to be worshiping somebody who's stealing all our money, giving us 5,000 or 2,000, then they will believe now that is money. And if you could recall, I also mentioned in my statement, here people do work. You make $500 in a week. You can be driving a vehicle of 2021 model. It is a matter of just commit yourself and have a very good credit score, and you'll be paying every single month or every single week, and you'll be living good life. But in Nigeria, they subjected us to abject poverty. They don't want us to live any good life.
You know what the thing is, Baba Akule, your standards are too high. That's the thing. Your standards are just too high. And not just on this topic, but it's not just, and this is why I like about you as well. You never give in any way that, no, this is just nonsense.
One man, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go on.
Correct, just hold on. You said his standards are so, his standards are too high. What are your yardstick for that?
No, because Baba Kure, not on this topic, but on every topic, he never gives a quota to say that, Baba Kure has the expectation that if you're in public service, then you should diligently carry out that service to the service of the people. Not to this topic, but this is what, ever since he's been coming on this platform, this has always been the thing that he has always said.
But he has a point. He has a point.
I agree with him as well. Right, that's my thinking too. But he never gives the African leeway to say that, the Africans do it this way. No, you say no. This obtains internationally. These people, they don't have two heads. So how can it be the case in Canada that it is like this? And you are saying that you are of equal being in Nigeria, but you want to do it in a cut corner way. So it just has high standards. It's a compliment, by the way, that to Baba Akure not.
So now I'm going to go to the issue of my because I'm not. To me as a person, I just want to. I always like to tell people the way things are. Oyedepo is from Yoruba. I don't give a damn. It doesn't feed me. In fact, I thank God for the position I am today. When we're talking about this, I have been saying it all this while. When we're talking about the issue of religion, it still also comes back to the same poverty that we have in Nigeria. That is why they use that to brainwash us. When you're supposed to be fine, even to go to your farm, you will go to mountain and go and pray. You are in the church on Sunday, then you will have to go to mountain on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then you'll be calling God to provide job. So God cannot provide job. Then the same Oyedepo now, right? He's talking about the issue of he's not fruitful. They have to fire him and all kind of thing and all kind of nonsense, right? We've been saying this here for a very long time. This is money making. All these new generation churches, they are all money making. It doesn't really matter either redeem or whatever. I'm very sorry. I'm not good. I don't even like them. That's just the point. And I'm an Anglican. I also there are some things that Anglican does that I don't like. If I want to do something for church, I don't give money to church. If I know, okay, this is what church wants, I will buy it by myself and take it to that church. You are not going to use my money for another something. I prefer to spend my money for those who are poor, those who cannot feed themselves, than to go and pay tithes in the church. That is me. I don't care about the issue of one pastor. No pastor can control me. I decide what I want to do in my heart, because even the same God, we are the temple of God. The building you are seeing there is just building. We are the church.
I was saying, Baba Akure, that a lot of those places now, what somebody like Odumeje, for instance, somebody like Apostle Johnson Suleiman, for instance, even this Oyedepo as an instance, what's that one, that fine boy Kosa? You cannot say that those people are running churches. Those are essentially entertainment centers.
Exactly. So now,
Johnson Suleiman is an entertainer. Odumeje is an entertainer. This is nothing to do with Christianity.
Somebody left one toilet in Europe, landed in UK, right?
Yes. Is that not? Was that Suleiman? That's just comedy hour, isn't it?
The same Oyedepo that we're talking about. I and my friend were discussing about him yesterday. Because we knew him, we knew his church very well in Miran Ogba area in Lagos State. When we were struggling to get out of Nigeria at that time, we always count his the big boss that he has at that time. We count more than 200. So what kind of money are you looking for? You have university, right? And those people who are paying 10% to your church, they cannot even have their children in that school. So it is money making. business. And you know the funniest part of it is that even those who are in the church, as we are talking now, some people will be raining curse on you. I don't care. It is them have problem. So if we talk and they cannot see, maybe they bind them, they cannot see, they cannot think, and we have to think for them. Well, that is their own problem. But overall, all these generation churches, they are all money making. Even when you're talking about the issue of Anglican, Catholic, and all kind, religion in Nigeria is just issue of money making. Because I could still remember, and I said it on this platform, I could still remember when we were so young. It is yam, my father, yam and fowl. My father will take to vicarage, where we have our venerable and catechist, and my father. That is what we give to them at that time. But now it is pastor getting 100,000 every single month, 200,000. Why many church members cannot afford?
Baba, did you see the clip of some female pastor that was raining curses on our congregation because they did not give her? They did not give her enough money for her birthday.
I watched that. So now, when you're talking about clergy, it's not even Oyedepo alone. It is issue of money making business, because that is if two things make money in Nigeria. It's either you have schools or you have church. So that is why politics. Now, if you
political position.
If you ask this one, he will say it's pastor. I want to make a joke. Even my own brother, he said he is a pastor. I said, you a pastor too? he said I'm a pastor. I said, you are a pastor too. I said, well, everybody is pastor because you guys don't have anything to do. That is why you only guys become pastor.
All right, strong views. Baba, go on. Yeah.
So I'm going to finally talk about the issue of Igbo and Ooni of Ife. Ovie mentioned that they constituted this the meeting that Ooni constituted because of Igbo. It doesn't really matter. It could be coincidence. It may not be coincidence. It doesn't really matter. The point is that people are suffering. We don't want southwest or south or south Nigeria to turn to like northern part of Nigeria. So the yearly we get our hearts together and know what we have to do the better before they ransack the whole place. They already took almost at least 1/4 of the place, but the earlier we fight back and get our land back, the better. The issue of Igboho, I don't know if you want to go through that one time or you want to shovel me.
I want to hear your opinion. Actually, not so much on Igboho, but unless you just have. But before you go to Igboho, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat. But what I really wanted to hear from you, just a short comment on this caucus that the ONI is setting up. Because this is something that I am interested in, but it looks as though not many people are. He's setting up this what is calling the ONI caucus, the ONI's caucus, which is all of these great and good names. A lot of them names that are traditional names. So second generation of traditional names that we know within Yoruba land. So essentially now to come up with a Yoruba philosophy, a Yoruba worldview, and a Yoruba direction, essentially. So the Oni caucus, we have names like Awolowo, we have names like Soyinka, we have names like Saraki. So all the big names. We even have names like Dele Mamadu, Ruben Abati, your own man from your own state. You should have been here yesterday when he was abusing the Igbos and we did all of that. So I wanted your comment on that. But let me acknowledge Alexander Super Chat first, which is also super chatting at you as well. So you still have the floor.
One man.
Yes.
You keep saying that Ruben Babati from Akure. It's not from Ogun State.
I think from Ogun State, yes.
He's from Abeokuta.
Yeah.
He's from Abeokuta.
You know why I was saying this from Ogun State? He was involving himself in some fight that was taking
place. He was the vice president to Kichamu.
Yeah.
I mean, vice governor.
Vice governor.
Governorship race.
In the last election.
Yeah. He's from Abeokuta. It's not from Akure.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me on that. Where I made the mistake was that Akeredolu is fighting some guy in Ondo State that he put in prison. And then the guy came in the news. I think we discussed this with Baba Akure. And then the guy came in the news to say that he was being held in some family matter, and Ruben Abati was weighing into that conversation. So I thought it was just part of that space. But thank you for that correction. But let's acknowledge our Alexander's super chat, which is at Baba Kure. It says, Baba Kure, come on now. In some traditions in Nigeria, especially in Bendel State, which is now Edo and Delta, men kneel to their elders. Only Yorubas and the Black Brazilians prostrate. Let's understand cultures. So apparently, it is the culture in a former Bendel State for the men to go on their knees. It is the culture in Soho as well, but they go on their knees for different reasons in Soho. Let's just leave it there. But thank you for the super chat, Alexander. But to you, Baba Akure, so just briefly to that Ooni space, and then we hear from Ife and then Rational Mind, who we have not yet heard from. So just briefly on what do you think the Ooni is playing out with this Ooni's caucus that is setting up?
Well, I think Ooni, I will give him kudos. As a matter of fact, we can see now that our leaders are waking up. And I hope a lot of people join that wagon that is going on the train that is going on right now. So if they don't join it, maybe they will leave them behind. So I'm really happy about that when I read about that. But the issue of controversy they want to attach to it, it doesn't really matter. Either they set it up because of Igbo or whatever. The main purpose is that how we can live peacefully in Yoruba land. It doesn't really matter. As a matter of fact, to me, it even came too late. They should have even set up this thing for very, very long time. Not even this year. We'll be having problem in Yoruba land for very long time. So it is even late, but it is never too late anyway. We thank you for that. And as I said, it doesn't really matter. Either it was set up because of Igbo or whatever. And I'm also happy that that is not issue of, and you can see that they know who and who. Why they didn't bring Tinubu?
No. This is it's a different language from Tinubu now. Tinubu is just
I know. I'm just keeping that.
In fact, Ooni is trying to rescue Yoruba land from Tinubu. That is why he said
that is I think you are getting my point, right? So why they didn't bring some governors that is there right now? Because they didn't know these people. And remember that the same Ooni went to Abuja. If you still remember the clip when they invited them, and he was saying that people are very, very angry that even you sit down in this beautiful place, you are enjoying, while we, the king, are the people that is suffering back home and facing all this youth. If you remember, you will know that you now look at that and compare it with what is going on right now. So, in fact, to me, I'm very happy about that development. I'm very happy. It doesn't really matter. Either it is because of Igbo, as I said, or because of. But the main purpose is that we have to rescue Yoruba from this, from what is going on.
I am excited for this caucus that is being, and their first test, of course, will be this Igbo narrative. But I am just excited for it because it is something that needs to be in place. It's just so needed. And the person that should front it is exactly the Ooni. So it's just perfect all the way through.
Exactly, because they realize what is going on. As we say, it doesn't really matter the way we look at it. Igboho has tried his best. And as I said, times without number. If Nigeria doesn't break today, it may not break tomorrow, but Nigeria we eventually get. We're just patching it.
Yeah, but this is Yoruba nation that Ooni is talking about right here, isn't it?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
This is what he's saying, but with this think tank now, what are they thinking about other than Yoruba matters?
That is exactly what I'm saying. Because people already get to the climax. Things are not working. And our politicians refuse to go back to address people, to come out and let people decide the type of constitution they want, the type of country they want to live in, because they are benefiting from this crap constitution that we have. So in order for us to do better things, then we our king and our elite, not the corrupt one, have to come together and rescue people from this. It is good thing to do. It is good thing to do. It doesn't really matter if there some people believe that it is because of a go or whatever. I don't really care, but I'm happy that at least it came out at this time to rescue us
and to take a position. Yes. All right. Thank you, Baba Kure. Stay with us for as long as you can. You know, people have missed you, as you can see all your fans in the comment section chanting, Baba Kure is back, Baba Kure is back. So thank you, Baba Kure. Let me acknowledge Alexander Super Chat before I go on to Ife. So Alexander Super Chat, he says, where is it? So he says, one man, folks did not get your Soho joke. Laugh out loud. Soho in London is known for prostitution. So yes, so you understood that, of course, being a Londoner yourself. Soho, of course, is in central London, and there is a street in Soho called Old Compton Street. So when Alexander is telling us that it is some culture for the South people for men to kneel in front of each other, in that Old Compton Street, men also kneel in front of each other, but then what they do when they are kneeling in front of each other, I will leave that to your imagination, but I think Alexander has already pointed you in that direction.
So moving, I need to go and check my history book and start reading history.
No, don't read that history. That one is
no. I'm talking about data and
no, that one is good history, but don't read about Old Compton Street. Alexander knows what I'm talking about. So moving swiftly on to Ife. So to you, Ife, so this now James Ibori and James Manager, a six-time senator, no doubt, on his knees. Baba Akure described it perfectly, like you would have in Yoruba culture, in tradition, when a wife wants to serve the husband their meal. So that is what we saw a six-time senator doing to a convicted looter. So apparently that is South culture, but I'm yet to be convinced. Pastor Oyedepo, they are not bringing in enough dollars, so he sacked 40 of them. Jesus Christ PLC we are talking about, in the name of the Lord Limited. This is the goings on Christendom in Nigeria. It is not that they are not saving enough souls. It is that they are not bringing enough dollars. You heard him in his own words. They are not fruitful. So he sacks them. No time for laziness in the church. This is what Oyedepo is saying. And Oni constitutes Oni caucus, Yoruba think tank to look to Yoruba matters. So that is on the floor as well. So to all of that, thank you for holding on, Ife.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I want to start from Ooni'S caucus. Look at all Yoruba sons and daughters have been waiting for things like this for a long time. So more grace to the able, and may God guide them accordingly. Either it was because of Igbo's case or not Igbo's case, it is, if it's Igbo's case, called for. If it is not Igbo's case, it's also called for. Because we cannot be living in a country as second-class citizens and living our culture. You can imagine in a situation whereby they are blocking the southern border, whereby our relatives and I don't know, maybe they know these things, that Yoruba still have relatives in Republic of Benin. And also, so I don't know if they know. So they are blocking the borders, are not allowing commerce to flow, telling us that there is insecurity. But where the security is, that's where they are doing the gun run. Everything the DSS is accusing Sunday of is actually what is happening in their own place. The gun runners, they've been parading on the Nigeria space are all Fulanis. I'm sorry if I'm saying Fulanis. There was one that the court that was moving ammunition from the jail and said that he has the cover of Nigerian military. So everything they are accusing Sunday of is actually what they are doing. sad to say that they are even trying to change the narrative. At first, they said that he's on his way to Germany so that they can move the minds of Yoruba sons and daughters from his case. Later, they said that he is a Republic of Benin or the fake passport. Everything they are trying to do, what's it called? His lawyers are debunking it. Later, they said that he's crying like a baby. So that anybody that has the mind to think like a Yoruba son and daughter is swayed or what's it called, demoralized. I think that's the whole agenda. It will not work. The more they use their propaganda, the more every Omoluabi Yoruba son and daughter will be more resolute to know that the only way forward is either for us to have our Yoruba nation or to have our regional government to take care of ourselves, you know. So that's the way I've said it. It is so sad that you want to go to all those other from Republic of Benin. When you get to Nigeria border, it's another story entirely. A Hausa man will be standing there. I would not allow you to cross into Nigeria, demanding for your passport. But there are people, if they are in the north, it's just for them to throw. If possible, they can even walk majestically into the J space. And nothing will happen. The last time they asked the president, he was telling us that he told the Frenchman that why will you divide our people in Niger to Nigeria, and they are building railway to Niger. But we cannot cross the Nigeria border. They will stop us as the Nigeria Benin border, where we have our own Yorubas and we have our own Igbo people. They will say that we should provide our passport. So what I will say. So if for this carry out that delegation, it is it's what we are waiting for. And whatever it will bring out, if it will lead to disintegration of Nigeria, well and good. But it has to change what's it called, the political space. Because we are tired of all this corrupt corruption going on. And that will take me to what's happening in Ibori, all the James. I start to know all the people James that have been commenting today have the same mindset. Sorry for James. So it seems as if some people are saying it's their culture today that is for Yorubas to prostrate. We have different views in that country. So the best thing is let us think as Yorubas, let the Delta people think like Delta. So if they feel that really that will take them to the promised land, fine. And we the Yorubas, if we think that our posterity will take us to the promised land, fine, because it's now turned into a case whereby everybody is liking his own corrupt politician in different ways. And what's it called? One man you talked to, I said that Baba Akure has a very high standard. That's the only thing we need. We need a very high standard.
Sorry, my system froze. I probably have to get better gear if I want to continue doing this. It's just me and some scraggly old laptop that I used to do all this nonsense. But really, I wanted to keep the authenticity. That is why I've not really, I just wanted it to be like just some guy at his computer just talking to friends across the world. That is why I wanted to keep it just low-key, but maybe I have to upgrade now since you guys seem to like this platform. So I have to maybe, they have to get your dollar wallet out, or we have to buy bigger equipment now.
No problem. I will support.
No, I'm only joking. I've already ordered.
It doesn't
I've already ordered it.
Either you are joking or you are not joking, I will support.
No, I've already ordered. Let me show you. You see, I've already ordered. You see, these are just some of the gears that I've ordered already. So you see, I've already ordered some gear, but it's just learning how to use it now is the next thing, but I don't want it to be too fancy, because I just hate it when it's too sleek and, because if it's too professional looking, then people will be having expectations of me that I might not be able to meet up with. They'll be expecting some professional something, and I'm just some loud mouth on the internet, So yeah. So where were we?
Like I was saying, it seems as if everybody has a culture to project the corruption of their political elite. That's they are said this super chat that we Yoruba prostrate, Bede people did that, Hausa people do Rakadede. But we all have the same mindset. If the Yorubas want a high standard, let us get it done, you know. So if it will lead to the delegation of Ooni of Ife would lead to a very high TikTok, I think is what I'm praying for. You know?
Although a lot of people are applauding this Ooni of Ife, he too has a history in corruption. Before he became the Ooni, there's just allegations of shady property deals and scamming hundreds of millions of naira and whatnot. So he has his history too, but we don't know the veracity of that. But of course, whatever the history is, the Ooni is the Ooni, you know. Even the Ooni is entitled to take everything. Is the owner of the world.
One man, you know that Ooni of Ife is one of the youngest monarchs in Nigeria.
Yeah.
You understand? One of the youngest monarchs we have in Nigeria.
Yeah, so it's a new generation now. Yes.
So automatically, if he does not find a solution to all these things that is happening, by the time we'll be clocking 60, 70, 80. These debts that all these bad politicians are doing now, he will be the one to face them later.
Yes. And just to what you said, I wanted to just add something to what you said, or if I can find it. Because if you look at the list that the Oni came up with, it is quite deliberate, and it speaks to now that thing that you're saying that is one of the youngest. So because the list is the son of son of Soyinka, the son of Awolowo, you know, so he's going for that now next generation. What is that? Toye Saraki. So he's now going for now. So he's going to all the great houses in Yoruba land, but he's now going to the next generation then to say that, okay, if you are the families at the forefront of this Yoruba space, you are now that next generation of that family. So come into the fold then and let's define the future for our people. So that is what he's doing, just to that language of you saying that it's a young king. So it's that space that is looking to command his generation.
Yes, because like Ajale Koko will say, they have disrupted the education, they've disrupted everything. So if they are not careful, what's happening in the north now that they have what's it called productive children, Yorubas will still breed up productive children that will become our own bandits and our own what's it called. Okay, we don't have a expert, maybe we'll have farmers men, you know. So we don't want that. So if it's the way forward, oh well and good, I like that. Back to Delta, it was in Delta State I got to. I saw old people. I know that people do Babiala too in their own way, but a long queue of 400 standing in front of the late Senator, what's his name? This Gogorogo that represented Delta.
Ogodomigodo. Is it one of these Ogodomigodos?
This late senator no, the senator that represented Delta etc. that died from the man from Bugeli. What's his name?
Bugeli, I don't know. Yeah, go on.
I'll remember his name, don't worry. It was there I got to, I found that people lined up, the whole community lined up and they were giving them money to go and what's it called to fend for themselves. So I was like, for me it was, I was like, is this possible in Nigeria? They say, Papa, you just come, that the way would they do here? Will they share money here? So like Baba Kure said, instead of providing jobs to elevate people from poverty, to fend for themselves, to be human enough, to have some form of dignity, what our politicians have resorted to is to share money, so that when they give you, how much are they going to give anybody? They will spend it because they don't know how the money will come back again. But if you have a job and you are fending for yourself, you can apply your life properly. Nigerian politicians don't want people to
no, it speaks to that space of victimhood that is the Nigerian narrative. A lot of people use the phrase Stockholm syndrome when you speak about a place like Nigeria, where you deify your oppressors. So this person now, he loots money. So he loots. Okay, let's say two people loot 1,000 naira. So they loot 1,000 naira. One of them, he gives you just 20 naira out of it, and you call him a wicked man. But the other one gives you, let's say, 200 naira out of it, and you say, this is a generous man. That 1,000 naira is yours by right. All of it, the entirety of it, not 200 naira, not 20 naira, but the entirety of it is yours. So you are saying, okay, the one that gave you 200 naira is a generous man, but the one that gave you 20 naira is a wicked man. But really, what Baba Akure is saying to you is that all these two people are hardened criminals. There's no difference between the one that gave you 20 naira or 200 naira. These people are equally as criminal as the other. And that is the James Ibori narrative. But then, of course, when it comes to your own yard, you hear it all over Nigeria, by the way, what we just heard from Igor and James. When it comes to your own person, he say, no. He's not like that. Oh, he was nice to his grandmother once upon a time. Oh, and he was a good boy. Oh, this and that. But the other one in that other corner, he is the criminal. But my own yard, he is a good boy. Go to Sokoto, go to Daura, they will tell you the exact same thing. They will tell you that Buhari is the most honest person on this planet. But go to if you are looking for criminals, go to Obasanjo's yard. Go to it's just the same story, isn't it? All over the place.
Exactly. So that's why like Baba Akure said, or it was Ajale Koko that said that the constitution we are running is our major problem. If I know that it's the Yorubas that are controlling the resources in Southwest, then we can fight our own Yoruba oppressor. It's not as if we'll be fighting our Yoruba oppressor. They will have another conglomerate of political oppressor on the other side. So they will tell you, we cannot fight our Yoruba oppressor because they have one Baba Sokwe in the Aso Rock.
Yeah, Baba Sokwe.
Or they will say that when you want to, you have to go and protest in Abuja. Why should somebody take my body in Lagos State or take my body in Ogun State and then I must go and protest to EFCC in Abuja to one malam there to come and prosecute my own thief in Southwest who is a Yoruba man? Or why should somebody in the Niger Delta or Biafra why must they be in Abuja before they can seek justice for their resources? Or even the North too, why must it be Abuja? Because I'm very sure your set Ajale Koko said, maybe Baba Akure said, enjoys a little bit of the regional system. You know?
No, I didn't enjoy the regional system.
Are you serious?
And look at that,
I did too.
No, so, you must be younger than me, and I'm sure you did not enjoy the. He is talking about Awolowo times. You were not around at Awolowo times.
Our own generation only heard that story, but from what we heard, it meant that Nigeria was working at some time. The Southwest was working at some time because we can arrest our own corrupt leaders based on our culture.
My period, I would say, would essentially be the 80s, and I can say that Nigeria was a relatively decent space then, because that was when I went through high school, Maryland Comprehensive, So and I would say that Nigeria was a relatively decent time. We live in Oregon, and then I went to school in Maryland, so. When I was coming back, I would make the driver drive through Ikeja so I can buy comic books in that space. That Ikeja shop where they had the malls, and you buy hot dogs. No, now I'm just speaking to a more glorious times in Nigeria. There was more glorious times. It's just what I. But that even is just that generation out of that regional space. But still, Nigeria was good. This is why a lot of us are pained. This is why a lot of us Nigeria was good.
I think one man is very right. Even at that time, in secondary school, if you are in boarding house, it is free food, free accommodation, free tuition fee, and you see sardine butter. Government will bring it to the school for boarding students. But now, do we even have boarding school in Nigeria? If you have boarding school, It is one day.
And those boarding schools, proper bunk beds, proper uniform, a schoolmaster, somebody that, just properly. Nigeria was good once upon a time, but this is the thing. This is the pain that you hear in a lot of voices. Is
Nigeria is gone now? Can I give you a shocker?
Yeah,
Look,
go on.
King's College used to be, oh man, everybody. I mean, we all dreamed to go to Queen's College back then, because that is I mean, once you put on the uniform, anybody can see you that you are in King's College. You are one of the best in the world to us then. Man, go to Queen's College now. It's like a slum. You'll be shocked. I'm telling you, man. You'll be shocked. Last year when I went over and I went around and I went, okay, I said, my God, King's College? It's like, I mean, it's jacked up. It's a shame.
Can I come in, Ajale Koko? You see,
and I don't think Ajale Koko was a Awolowo generation as well. So you'll be surprised.
You see, King's College you are talking about now. That time, Ajale Koko, it's like if you are graduate with first degree. I mean, first class in OAU right now. The King's College you are talking about, because those people at that time, you well educated, you well informed. You can teach.
That was where the elites went. It's like in the trajectory in England is they'll send their children to Eton, and then from Eton they'll send you to Cambridge, Oxford, and then from Cambridge, Oxford you can either go to the city or you go into politics. That is how the elites do it in England. In Nigeria, you send your child to King's College. From King's College, you send him to Unilag. From Unilag, you put him at the head of some ministry, or you make him a minister. So that is the trajectory. King's College is the pathway to that is the elitist. Yes. It's in the name now, King's College. What more do you want to hear?
Go there now. You will see the building, the lab. You will see the structure. Oh God, I was just shaking myself. I said, "What? This is not a nation that we ever dream of. This is I've never seen such a worst thing in my life. It's just even Lagos Island. Oh, horrible. Man, forget about that nation, man. Nation is gone,
it's just really what he first said. This is the pain you hear in our voice. Of course, we are not all in the first flushes of youth, but we're not at death's door either. And this is really the thing. It's not that long ago that Nigeria was almost a paradise. This naira, it was almost changing for a naira to a pound, more than divide. It was a naira 20 kobo to $1. This is what we're talking about.
My uncle told me in 1973 when he was studying US. You see, one naira was $1 was 78 kobo at that time.
65 kobo. 65 kobo.
He would travel something like that. He would travel to Nigeria.
65 kobo.
He would travel to Nigeria and get his tuition fee. Out of that tuition fee, that is where he would buy his ticket and flew back to US. Then when the summertime comes, he flew back to Nigeria. But now, if any Nigerian travel now, it is because they want to hide on in US. It's not issue. Most of us, it's not issue of going back home.
So thank you. But if I just, with permission, yield the space to James, who is about to leave us, but he just wants to have like a quick say. So James, to you, just your parting words.
One man, I just want to reply, Mr. Ife. He made a lot of contribution. They were very good and they were very great. One thing we have to understand is that all these our leaders, current leader, the real problem we have in the country is just because of the way the country is being structured. So the way they structure the country lacks accountability. Even if we are crying for our cessation, every group go and manage yourself, go and do this. We're still going. The chances for we to inherit these challenges is very obvious because we have been living as a Nigerian for so many years, and the same people that is going to lead those new countries are still Nigerian like you. So that would be a problem. However, if we see other parts progressing, that would be a wake-up call for every one of us, in case if we decide to, divide tomorrow, because I don't think Nigeria is working well and it's not going to work. I don't believe it's going to work. There's no time. There's never a time that Nigeria will work for everybody. It's totally impossible, because the early leader, they swept a lot of things under the carpet. They never treat any issue of tribalism. People feel neglected or be left over. It has been there for a very long time. Just that it's coming down to touch people who never expected it, that it will touch them, like the Yoruba race. Because I will tell you one thing, you cannot compare the Yorubas after Awolowo and in terms of leadership. So those are the guys who were willing to save our life, and the chance was not given to them. Anthony Naro, they saw all these things. If you go to books and comment they were making in terms of, when they go how to address issue that they deem that is going to cause a very big problem in the future. Yet there was no chance for them. So all this romancing with Northerners for so many years is what we are suffering today. It's not a problem of one man, or it's not a problem that was just caused suddenly. It has been there, but only people don't want to solve it. But I thank God we have reached a critical point. As I said, what our Royal Majesty is doing, like Ooni of Ife, is just, it has proved that the Yoruba, again, they are very logical when they are handling things. So what is on ground, my brother, is serious. And he have to be cautious. He have to work with people. He have to look for think tank, people that can reason. This is a serious issue. We understand what is going on. For example, if he slip into crisis, how will they manage it? They have to ask so many questions. If we succeed on our own, our neighbor, what will happen to them? This is not just like, I have a solution to it, like one man, not this one man here. One person will just rise up and be best. I will create paradise country. Everybody will be enjoying.
Why not me? Why not me? Why you exempting me? Why it could be me now?
No, when I use the word one man, I'm referring to another person.
I know. I'm only just yeah.
So,
but don't worry.
So
elect me president, and then just give me 5 years. Nigeria will be paradise. I can assure you.
May God continue to use Ooni and Akeredolu, even if you call them Nigerian politicians, because they are all living as a Nigerian leader. So there's no difference between them. So we don't want to start telling people whom they are. Everybody understands whom they are. You understand me? So they are leading us as a Nigerian based on the space that has been given to them to lead us as a leader. So they don't account. We don't even know you don't know what your state is generating. Nobody cares. In those days, the state or the region, like the Midwest, they have to account totally what they generated, because the vendor is expecting something from them. So the West, the Midwest, the South, everywhere, that's why the North, no place, everywhere was so good and people were enjoying. So look at where we are today. It's a different system. So they don't account. You don't even know the barrels of oil we are selling. So it's a serious issue. But I know we have reached a critical condition that the traditional leader have decided to tell themselves the truth, like, look, it is not going to work. How can we save our people? And they are carefully taking a step to address this issue step by step. And that's what they are doing now. In case, if it become like, okay, only talk cannot solve it, it become a crisis, what can we do? I don't know whether you understand.
Yeah, we do.
So I do pray that God will bless him and give him more wisdom to navigate in the life.
All right. Thank you, James. Always good to have you. And thank you, Ife, for yielding the space to James. But whilst the space is still yielded, let's acknowledge Alexander's super chat. And it's pointing this super chat in the direction of Ajanle Koko. I don't know who attracts more super chat on this platform, Ajanle Koko or Bia. They probably Bia, but the two of them, certainly the super chats are always pointing at either one of them. Usually it is plenty water flogging Alexander Ajanle Koko with a super chat, or Alexander sharing an opinion with Ajanle Koko with super chat. So this is what Alexander is super chatting at you, Ajanle Koko. It says, Aja, this word Yoruba is a relatively new word coined by Samuel Ajayi Crowther. In Ghana, I am referred to as an anago meaning Yoruba man. Fact. So anago is what they call. That is new to me, by the way. That
No,
might not be a wisdom.
the right pronunciation is anago.
Anago.
Yes.
Anago.
Can I speak to that?
So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So that's a new thing to me, actually, that the word Yoruba is relatively new. So I have to go look that up myself. Were you aware of that, Baba Akure?
Okay, let Baba Akure talk.
Baba Akure?
No.
Okay, all right. That we are taking your word on that at the moment, but we have to go and research that. I mean, are you trying to play fast with us, Alexander? But
No, I think Alexander is correct. One man. I have some Egu ancestry too. I live in Badagry.
No. This part the word anago.
Yes,
meaning
anago.
Yoruba. So no,
yes,
that one I can agree with, because of course even the Hausas they call yours Yorubawa, and they call the Igbos Nyamiri also. So every culture has their, but the word Yoruba itself is it a coinage by Ajayi Crowder? Is really what I am.
What anago, as I know, it is like talking a parable. That is how I know it. I don't know. Maybe that is.
No,
maybe that is really...
I know that we Egun people, or Egun people generally, because I live in Badagry, Yorubas, there's no word for Yoruba in the language. Yorubas are anago, so anagonu. That's what they call Yorubas. The closest Yoruba name is even Ayonu. That's people from Oyo, Ayonu or anago. So
do you consider yourself Yoruba? Do you consider yourself Yoruba?
You mean me?
Yes.
No, I have Yoruba ancestry, but I consider myself more as an Egun person.
No, I'm talking about not you personally, but the Egun in generally.
Egun generally, no. Egun Safe, the state, what's it called? How would I say? Tribe, but that does not mean we don't share some similarities.
So who are they with? Who are your people?
Yeah, if you can research the Igbe languages, that's the Ewe, Fon, the Guns, and I think the Ajas.
So are you the Aflao? Are you the people they call Aflao?
Yes, all those Aflao people, yeah. All those Angbeto and co. And
you always talk or you do is that your language?
Baba Akure do.
Baba Hedo, everything do. Yes, is that what they do?
If everybody originated from Ile-Ife too.
Yes, I think
I know.
So you are Yoruba. You are Yoruba.
The history says that.
One man. You see, before 1933 or maybe 1930, Yoruba name is not peculiar to all of us in Yoruba land. It's only the Oyos that were called the Yorubas.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. You understand what I'm saying? It's only the Oyos. You see, the people, we have different kingdom. You see, the Ondo, they have their own kingdom. Ijesha have their own kingdom. Ijebu have their own kingdom. So we have different kingdom. We are not known as Yoruba then. It was 1993 when the colonial master, for their own selfish purposes,
yeah, for ease of identification.
Yeah, they said, oh, okay, it's good since you have the same source. You are from Ile-Ife together. Why don't you, adopt one name so that you can, your entity, you can have one entity as one people instead of this Ijesha, Ondo, and all the rest. So,
so Alexander is right then. So Alexander is right.
So yes.
Wow. There you are there. You see? So this is why I'm asking. Hold on, Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
This is why I keep telling you people to subscribe to this channel. So every single day you learn something new. Now, even I learned something new, and this is something new we have all learned. So if you don't subscribe after this, then I don't know. Just don't come here anymore because they are a lost cause. You learn everything every day. I tell you to subscribe. You are doing Yanga. What's wrong with these people? What's wrong with these people? Ajale Koko. Coming to do Yanga.
I hope they are listening. They should subscribe now. So everybody have their own kingdom. It's only the Oyo people, like where you come from, one man, that are known as Yoruba people. The people of Akure, if they want to call Oyo, they call them Yoruba people. They are not in Yoruba. Fact, they didn't regard themselves as Yoruba.
Carry on. I want to show, because I'm showing you guys a lot these days. But let me go and get something to show you, just to show how deep this goes. But carry on, Ajale Koko. Just give me a minute.
Oh, okay. So colonial master were the one that called all the kings then that they should adopt one name, and for some reason they agreed that okay, let all of us be called Yoruba people. So that is why you will see that contention for leadership between Alaafin and Oni most of the time, because when the British men called them then together, Oni vehemently opposed it, said, "Oh, that means my own kingdom will be wiped off. I'm greater than all of them. I am the all originated from Ile-Ife, which will be called." But colonial master, they are all for business. They are only for business, and because of your empire had more territory than every other kingdom then. So colonial master pushes that Yoruba name, and they all accepted it, and then we have been called Yoruba. So that's the point.
Just to that space, you see this here, this that I'm showing you here. This is 300-400 years that you're looking at here. This thing here that you're looking at. If I wear this to my community, I sit on the throne immediately. These are title beads that you're seeing. So just to show you how deep it goes.
Just to show us that you are your man.
No, full, no quarters, 100%. But back to you.
That is very expensive. If you say it's 300 years.
No, this is more than gold. You see,
how many years do you say you've been having it, or your great grandfather gave it to you?
No, this was actually just given to me a week or so now ago. But this has been because it's just now come to me. So you see, these two here and these two here, these are new, but these here and the smaller bits, these are the original ones. So these two were just added so that you can fit around my neck. These four, but this one here and these smaller ones now, this is 300-400 years of history. But there you are, yeah.
Yeah, you know that that one that you see Oni wearing, it costs more than maybe $10 million. I mean 10 million naira, because those are real originals, and they are very expensive. And the one that you see a lot of wearing, they are not just ordinary video. You can't find those kind of ones again. You can't find them. They're worth millions of dollars. Those beads. So.
All right. Back to Ife. Just to I just brought that to intimidate you a little bit, Ife, so that you can call me you can call me Your Majesty now. So
no problem.
This is
Your Majesty.
300. This is 300-400 years right here. I'm just getting my mom now to document in video form the history of it, so that I can archive that, so that everything is properly, archived. Because you have to archive these things now, the history and the, But just to another aside, let's get back to the more the narrative. So yes, Ife, you were speaking on the what were you speaking on?
Yeah, I still remember, because I've still put it back to the way we Yorubas were structured when you started giving me the Awolowo and the pre-Awolowo. So you notice that, to show you that we still have that hegemony even outside the borders of Nigeria. Do you see the support the Yorubas in Republic of Benin are giving Oloye Sunday Igboho? Even against the backdrop of the Nigerian state. Some of the people who are even pushing that they should not extradite him back to Nigeria are the Yorubas and the Igbo peoples in Republic of Benin. So telling us that irrespective of what the Europeans have done, we still have some of our cultures together as people. So if Oni can even help us to rally around the whole Yoruba community as a whole, from Benin, Togo, down to Ghana, I will be very, very happy, because we are now seeing that we cannot leave our people. Because if the North, what it is, the North still see the Nigers as their brothers and sisters.
But they still do. They still do. Is that not why Buhari is building Fulani Railway to Mardi in the heartland of the Niger Republic?
Yes. So we Yorubas, we need to do that to show that we still have our own strong base too.
But just what you're talking about, Ife, this is the test of this Sunday Igboho situation. The reach of the Yoruba now, how Yoruba are the people of the Republic is the question. And that question is going to be answered with this Sunday Igboho narrative. If they are enough to sell Sunday Igboho to the Fulanis, then we know that we have to abandon them, because this is treachery again. This is Afonja behavior. But if they hold Sunday Igboho in situation and use the weight of their country to hold him just until we get a civilized situation in Nigeria, then that tells us then that they're Yoruba. So what we have then with them is essentially what the Malams have with Niger Republic and Chad. So already that is the balkanization of that space. So that is people regrouping now to their ethnic grouping. So how the Benin Republic play this is really a key part of...
I'm also watching it very, very closely, because I remember Oloye went to greet the Oni Ketu of Ketu, who is one of the descendants of Odudua, direct descendant son, and that throne is in Republic of Benin part, if you know. So it's what we have to look closely. So let us talk. Okay, you want to say something?
No. It's just people. It's just all this. This is a tradition that Igbo started. Everybody now eating suya on this thing. They don't offer us Baba Akure now, and they don't eat suya. Yeah, I don't hide Baba Akure. Just share it. I'm eating boiled eggs. You know, so we all eat it.
I'm the one that started it. Why this time the one that started it?
Who started it?
I'm not the one. It's you now.
Okay, maybe it's me. I think it's, but it's good.
I took it from you.
No, I think it's good anyway, because it's meant to be like a relaxed, so that's just part of it. Yeah. So sorry, back to you, Ife. Yeah. But you said you're from Badagry. Are you along the coastline?
Yes. The pure coastline people.
Okay. Do you have land? Is it peaceful there? Because I want to live in Badagry.
Yes, it's peaceful. The only problem is, those people that the Yorubas they dislodge that are now living in Kobe area. It's a mixture of Egun and Yoruba community. So it affects, but they are in part of they are in the Ogun State parts. You understand?
But they are too ritualistic in Badagry. That's the thing. It's always ritual.
That's the if you don't fight people's trouble, Badagry people.
They're always doing Ebo. They'll come and put Ebo on your land. Eh?
No. It's not like that.
All right. Okay. If you say so. Sorry, I digressed you quite a lot. So to Pastor Oyedepo and his grandson.
Why do you prefer Badagry, one man?
It's just for the coastline, I would love to live in
the coastline in Lekki now. Why you don't go to?
No. I don't want to be amongst them. Just those ones. That's just a competition for who has the biggest.
Badagry road, they are still working on it. We don't know when they are.
Yes.
There is no road there for now.
No, I wouldn't mind living
one man don't go to Lekki. Lekki might be swept up one day.
Yes.
You see the rain that fell like a week ago. All of them were swimming in ocean of water there. It's terrible. I watched it and say, and my sister told me that, that is the way it is here. Anytime there's 7 rain, he said this one is horrible. It's just only one day rain. Do you know that the Babish at Ahmadu Bello Way? You remember that Babish we used to go on Ahmadu Bello? You know that they have leveled that place up. There's no more Babish there.
God.
They have
when
leveled
you
that
used to
place
go
is
and ride,
gone.
remember you used to go and ride horses? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, that is where they have the Equantanti. They sample everything.
God.
And that is why they're having the problem of that water there in Lekki. So all those Olokun water that are supposed to be flowing well, everything is flowing to that Lekki, and all the rest of Olokun will come one day and sweep all of them off. They thought that they can take Olokun's land easily like that.
So you
They
believe in, look
that.
at that, eh? You believe in Olokun?
Oh, it works. So you cannot take Olokun's land and be free.
Olokun will come and sweep Lekki.
He will come and sweep it. Wait, one day is a matter of time. He will come and take. He will come back and take his land. You don't take Olokun's land.
Look at that. I never knew you were I never knew you were a traditionalist.
Well, I'm just telling you, it's a fact.
Yeah.
And the same thing happened to them here. You see, yes.
Well, I don't think the problem of that rain is not what's it called? The
Olokun.
Something you talk about. Yeah, I don't think so.
Olokun is the god of this. Yeah, the god of the sea.
Yeah. So, but the thing is this: the problem I think is the drainage system in Lagos. It's very, very bad. Lagos has no plan. There's no master. I mean, there's no plan for that city. So the whole Broad Street. In fact, I saw some videos of Broad Street being flooded. All those skyscrapers you see.
Marina, for that matter,
Marina, all those areas.
Those were the big name streets. So if this is what we're talking about, this used to be life in Broad Street, Marina.
Yeah, Marina. I mean, I used to work in Marina for several years. I never experienced flood in Marina. I mean, in Broad Street or Marina. I mean, sometimes in Marina, just little. But what I saw recently that water, I mean, that flood water almost covered up a vehicle. That is horrible. That was horrible. So all things work together. You know that.
Sorry, we're losing somebody. But let's get back to Ife, who had the floor. Ife, sorry, back to you. You've been hijacked a little bit, but Ife, back to you. We were taking your soundings on Oyedepo. So let me come up with the screen and give you the space to really speak. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so the issue of Oyedepo is just very, very sad that the way Christianity is now in Nigeria, particularly in Nigeria, is crazy. I think it was recently one governor or one clergyman that is telling pastors to stop preaching about prosperity, that instead they should preach about salvation. It means that their preaching is now affecting everybody in Nigeria. I remember when I was still in school, one of my friends came back from their crusades. That time I was still at the university. So he came and said, any Christian that is poor is not serving God properly. I said, what? What are you saying? Who gave you that one? So I started asking him, was Job not poor at a time? Or what do we learn from the widow's mite? When Jesus said that it was evil, the widow that did not have anything, that dropped out of all her knees, that God is even pleased from, not to talk of all those rich people dropping money anyhow. And also we have the parable that he gave parable of talent. He gave some one, he gave some two, some three. The one that have one did one. So automatically it means you have to serve God according to your capacity, you know. But as a Christian, I have some Bible verses that normally guide me. And one of the Bible verses always say Acts 20, which says that.
Look at that. You people always go to Bible verses.
No.
There you go.
Yes.
The Bible verses.
Let me read the verse for you. Let me read the verse before you put it. So here, it says, pay attention to yourself and to all the flock among which the Holy Spirit has appointed you overseer to shepherd the congregation of God, which is purchased with his blood for his own son. Now look at the warning. Know that after my going away, oppressive wolves will enter among you. I will not treat the flock with tenderness. From among you themselves, men will rise and speak treacherously to draw away disciples for themselves. So my point there is oppressive wolf. You see, most of Nigerian pastors are oppressive wolves. When people are poor and you are telling them to bring tithes, people are poor and you have universities and your congregation members cannot attend your universities, they cannot attend your primary school and secondary school. Is that oppression?
It's just a nonsense. All right,
Yeah,
thank you, Faye.
nonsense.
You see, when people start to quote that Bible verse, it's almost like when these are two
They are
stronger,
oppressive rules.
when two stronger Yoruba warlords are doing, they call it pogede. It's almost like when pogede sirawu. So according to Matthew something something, that is one ogede, and then the other warlord will, according to Philippians also, that is like ogede, isn't it? One pogede. If you are deep enough in Yoruba, you know that what that means. Wọ́n pògèdè síra wọn. Baba Akure knows what that means. You do know what that means? So that is their Bible verse. Isn't it? Wọ́n pògèdè síra wọn. According to Matthew, Philippians, daba daba daba. You know.
Maybe we should consult Ajan Legoko because I think he is more traditional.
Yeah, he's more steeped. He's all for. That is all for. He will tell you
he's supposed to be quoting according to
I mean,
chapter 1 and
what he said was just doing. Is that not all for? He's doing all for. He's essentially according to Matthew.
If that's a challenge, if that's a challenge to you, reply one man.
He will quote another Bible verse to reply me now. According to James, touch not my anointed. That is the one that will go to.
It has to be according to Yehu now or the most book.
You see that touch not my anointed, that the chant is the perfect crime. Touch not my anointed. So that guy will chance your wife and your daughter, empty your wallet, and you will tell him touch not.
Before now, they will tell us that they do miracle. Coronavirus came, nobody can do miracle for
this
coronavirus.
Is it. You know, somebody challenged them. There's an association of witchcraft something in Nigeria. No. There's actually an association, and then they came out to challenge. I think it was Suleiman that okay, this corona situation now. Come to a test center and let us test the potency of both our powers. This was the actual Association of Nigerian Witchcraft people that saying, okay, this is our belief, bring your belief. But then, of course, he had a Bible verse that made him get away with it. So he can lay hands on them and tell them, so we have a perfect situation now. We have the pandemic. This is a known. So go now and lay hands on them in a test center. And let the doctors then test them after you've laid their hands and tell us that they are cured. Then we know that because this is it now. It's not them say. A real life situation, go to the test center and lay hands. No, there's a Bible verse that tells them that they cannot because there's always a Bible verse, that covers every eventuality. This is it. In the name of the Lord Limited. Thank you, Ife. Let's go to Rational Mind, just so we know then we have covered everybody. Rational Mind, thank you for holding. You know what the talking points are. James Ibori and James Major now a minor, and Ibori now a senior. So that is major minor going on in Edo State. Sunday Igboho, not a fake passport after all, but what is going on there? And funky preachers and sacking of pastors, Oyedepo and all that. So, the talking points, Rational Mind.
Yeah, I've been following ever since you guys have been having this discussion. Yeah. On Ibori, we all know what Ibori is. He's been the godfather of Delta State's politics. He, for the most part, he determines who goes in there, who becomes the governor of Delta State. We've seen, I think Oduagan was his deputy that time when he was the governor. So we know how it is. The only person I know maybe he did not really have the say on was Okowa. Even though Okowa served also under him as a commissioner, but I think Okowa's emergence as the PDP flag bearer back then, I think was because of his closeness with some people within the PDP hierarchy. But then I think now he's back in the spotlight now with the video or the image we saw of somebody kneeling down before him. In fact, I don't really know that senator. If not, when you guys were mentioning his name here, I don't really know him. So just to speak to that, I think he's back. He's back here, and then he's here. He's back to continue his dominance of Delta State politics. I think at least that image we've seen today, or we saw, was it yesterday or today that it came out, just to emphasize to every Deltans that, look, even though I'm a criminal, I'm a confirmed criminal by the UK government. I can still tell. I mean, I can still dictate who goes in there as the governor. It doesn't come to me as a surprise because I know what's his name? This guy we're talking about, Ibori, James Ibori is a very good politician and is an astute politician. I mean, if not because what happened to him with that whole, maybe it's a scam. I mean, it was a setup or whatever it was, as people are alleging here. If not for that, I'd see him to have become, maybe would have been contesting for the presidency of Nigeria. And back then, I think it could be that maybe they really set him up because I think in the place of good Lord Jonathan, I think Ibori was the one that was being shopped for to replace back then. But then we know how the whole story goes. But then for me, I just feel Ibori is back again. I mean, it's just trying to exercise his flex his muscle within the Delta politics. And yes, he was a confirmed convicted fraudster, whatever they said he was, and laundered money. So, but then I just think it's
sorry, rational mind. Can I ask Ajanle Koko and Baba Kure to check the private chat? Oh, sorry, carry on, rational mind.
So, for that, I think it's just that's all I can say for that. But then I think why should he still have the mouth? I mean, why should he have the say in Delta politics? But that's to tell you, that's Nigeria for you. Nigeria will always be. See, that country, they've hold that country so tight by the neck that these people, it's going to be very, very difficult for us to wriggle out. I mean, just to snatch that country back from the hands of all these criminals. You know, the likes of Ibori, Tinubu, El-Rufai, and the rest of them. It's going to be very, very difficult. And now we're having to battle with these idiots from the Futa-Gallon, the nomads, who goes around and killing people, and Patron, who is the now president now. You know, they've put themselves in political strategic places that it's going to be very, very difficult for anybody to undo. Because I think Jonathan and Obasanjo really messed up. By looking back, they should have filled so many, just like politics here in America too. I mean, like when Trump was there, he did a lot of, he filled a lot of position with the Republicans, like in the courts. I mean, Supreme Court. He had two judges there in the Supreme Court, sitting in the Supreme Court.
Rational mind. Can I ask you a question? You said Jonathan and Obasanjo really messed up. And I know your position. I know your position on Jonathan, but that of Obasanjo, can you tell us how he messed up?
I think Obasanjo is better than Jonathan in some sense. But what I'm trying to say is they should have filled up some space. I mean, some position with the Southerners. That's what I'm saying. Which is what this idiot is doing now. You know, he's filling up those spaces with I just hope some of these things he did can be undone when a Southerner become a president, because or balance the oath. I'm not saying every key position should be occupied by Southerners, but at least should be balanced. Because I don't see that balance ever coming to fruition, because this guy really controls the
balance. I think Obasanjo did some.
He did, yeah. Maybe I should take that back. I take that back. Yeah.
Obasanjo did that.
Yeah, he did.
Jonathan that's supposed to continue that. He excluded Yoruba, and that was the problem of him. Yeah. You know, and this one came, and then Dabadu everything.
Yeah. So it's just for me. I just think it's well. Let me just go to the next topic. Well, that's that for me. For Ibori, Ibori should not be having any say in Delta politics. But that's Nigeria for you. The criminals will always have their way on that country. So now talking about Ooni of Ife, I think I'm yet to read any news from today actually because I've been busy for the past some weeks now. I've been having to write some lot of I'm having the project going on, so I've not been able to do much of reading on Nigerian news. But the little that I get to read or hear from you guys here on the platform, I just so on Ooni of Ife, I think we talked about it already. Was it yesterday or the first day here? I see him as trying to exercise that authority of the Oni in Yoruba land. Is if not one of the foremost obas in Yoruba land. But what he's doing right now, to me, I think it's this should have been done a long time. I mean, not now they should be doing all of this. I mean, the issue of Igbo perhaps would not have come into the matter. But who knows? Maybe all this thing that is happening too is for the better. I mean, for finally for people to be free from the shackles of these criminals in that country. You know, this is maybe with all this Buhari and all his kinsmen wrecking havoc on that country. Maybe it's for a purpose to get that country disintegrated and everybody go down their separate ways. And maybe we have a fresh start. Everybody have a fresh start. Who knows? Maybe it's for the better. I don't know. But then I just think what they are doing right now should have been done. But however, I think it's still okay what they are doing, trying to kind of like protect Yorubas of some sorts, in some ways rather, trying to make them not to fall into the hands of this Buhari and his bloodthirsty tribesmen who wants to dominate other tribes and subjugate and possible incarcerate whoever they're able to incarcerate. So, but let's just see how that we are yet to see how that plays out. And for the other topic, I was still talking about Cubana. Hello.
No. So
what are we talking again?
Rational mind, I have a question for you anyway.
All right, please go on, please.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go on, please.
Okay. Now, based on your analysis, are you saying now that northern part of Nigeria, particularly, let me just say Buhari is playing better politics than Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan?
I'm not saying that it's playing better politics, but he played a how do I put it? I don't know how to describe. Maybe I'm short of word right now because sometimes when I'm so preoccupied here, I'm lost of word. What I'm just trying to say is, he took advantage of the space of Nigeria to kind of like put his people in key places. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying he did it for
now I'm going to interject now. The reason why he could do that is that because Nigeria is not working, we do not have institution. Because you did mention about Donald Trump. We do understand that he nominated Cubana as Brett Cubana as one of the Supreme Court judge, right?
Yeah.
Hey, America has a strong constitution, and as I said earlier, politicians, they are all corrupt, no doubt about that. But some are better than others. Now, could you recall that the same Brett Kavanaugh is not supporting Donald Trump in order to rig the election because a few weeks back there was a misunderstanding and fight between two of them because the America has a strong constitution that if you really have conscience that you will not go against, not like in Nigeria.
Yeah, you see, the only parallel I'm trying to draw between the Nigerian politics, what Buhari did and what Trump did was that, not just the Supreme Court that Trump filled up, also the lower courts here. I think they had about 300 seats. And then I think Trump was able to fill up almost over 200, almost 200 something of those seats. So, which means they have more of a Republican judges in the lower courts here in America. Besides the Supreme Court, that they had 2 people that he placed there. So, what I'm trying to say is that, you see, the only why things works here is because, because they have strong institutions. It is these strong institutions that made it possible for this idiot that just left there not to have usurped that election and turn it over and then declare victory for himself, because everybody was scared here. Like, this guy is going to, is America going to become like Russia or those dictatorship whereby it's going to, you see what happened in the Capitol, all of that. So people were scared, but eventually, because of a strong institution, despite the Democrats were controlling the Senate back then, they could have overturned the whole election and just even Pence could have. We know some of us know how that goes. But what I'm just trying to say is, they have strong institutions here. Nigeria, we don't have strong institutions, and the reason why we don't have strong institutions is because of that constitution that we have. That constitution is one-sided. It's not a constitution that was done that involved people, the brains among Nigerians to come together and bring up the constitution. Erudite lawyers and constitutional lawyers, they just back some about 3 or 4, how many people they say they pack together, and they just say, we the people, So with that constitution, which is the basis, which is the foundation, we cannot move forward. And anything they try to build on it, I don't think it's going to move forward. Except maybe they have to redo the whole thing again. So what I'm just trying to say is, Buhari did not play better politics than, though some people might say he played the better politics because of he was able to put in a lot of people there from the north. Look at how many judges from the north that he was able to get into the bench in what's it called, in these courts. And the current Supreme Court, the Supreme Court justice, is it not
it's
a Sharia judge?
It'll be very difficult to reverse a lot of the things that this guy has done.
It's going to be very difficult. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. So that's why I see
unless somebody that is brutal enough just to go in and sack people en masse, because it's just
see what they did to Onoge. See what they did to Honore. What did Honore do? They had to take him off.
Ratana, please, give me 1 minute, please. If another person, just like one man is saying now, it's going to take a strong precedent to reverse most of what this guy has done. Yes, all the bad thing he has done and the position, strategic position that he has put his people, in place, it can be reversed because we have constitution, but that man did not follow the what do they call it in constitution? Is it not
the process?
No. What do they call that thing? That sharing of position in Nigerian
federal character.
Federal character. It didn't. He did not comply to federal character principle. He was just doing what he liked. So another president can come and reverse almost everything that he has done. Particularly most people that he has put in that position, they're supposed to have some qualification to even man that position. But he just put in. Obasanjo did it. When Obasanjo came in, NNPC was manned by Northerner. And most of the managers there were even Northerner then. Obasanjo sacked most of them. What Obasanjo did was that, okay, there are some qualifications that are required for all the positions. That anybody that does not have that qualification should be what did they say? They should relegate them to the right position they're supposed to be. Like if you are in the position of somebody in the position of general manager, then he was relegated. So what happened to most of them? They were forced to resign. They resigned because how can the general manager now, because of his qualification, have to drop down to a position of manager? That's a shame. So they were relegated. And he put the right people that have the qualification, that have that qualification in chemical and petroleum engineering and all the rest. That was what brought him, what's the name of the man? a similar name to that name of governor of Obaseki. The then group managing director that Obasanjo brought in there was Obaseki. And that one, was able to do some reorganization and put right people in the right position. But this guy have reversed everything. This guy,
sometimes I wonder what this guy's agenda is. We know what his agenda is, but it's just fundamentally flawed. So he's saying that he only wants Fulani in all of the positions that matter within Nigeria. And we know, and if we know, then he knows that the Fulanis, they are not gifted with that capacity to occupy that space. A lot of them are not learned. They don't know anything really outside of their core tribe and religion. So what are you then saying? Are you saying then that you are going to either stifle or regress all of those spaces to have your people in place? And how does that serve you or your people? These people, this woman she put in charge of the Nigerian Ports Authority, she just smashed the whole place up to the point that somebody as corrupt as what is his name, Rotimi Amici, had to sack this woman for corruption. So she just wasted 4 or 5 years there. That Amid Ali, the customs guy, he's telling us that he's getting all these billions from custom. This is not being remitted to the something account. The one Sarika in terms of the they're just smashing up the whole place. They don't have the capacity, and yet you insist on. So what is the objective?
That is why our country is the way it is. Because look at the finance minister too. I mean, the finance minister is a northerner, custom northerner. DSS,
Attorney General, they never defended any, and they never won any case in the court.
This guy's expertise is in Sharia law. I mean,
do you know the one that pays Quibos? Do you know the one that pays Quibos? Minister for Education. A region that whenever they register for WAECA and NECO, their children, hardly will you see 100 people that register, hardly will you see 100 students that pass in the whole of the dots.
I was a teacher in North.
And that is where you got the Minister of Education from.
And that's where we have the Minister of Education.
My goodness.
Sorry, carry on, rational mind. Sorry, it's just it's just so frustrating.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. So what I'm just trying to say is that I just hope whoever comes in will to reverse almost everything, or if not everything, or more than even what he did, because that is why the country is run the way it is. Because I was looking at is it the World Bank or IMF reports that Nigerian economy is going down again? I mean, we know it's already been down. I mean, like, what is going on in that country? Because when you have a minister of finance that doesn't even know what she's doing, then you can imagine. You get it? So, I mean, we don't have a seasoned person who has a world view. And that is the problem with those Fulanis. They don't have a world view. They only have this ethnocentric kind of view of yes, now we will dominate over everybody. Everybody must say Rakandede to us. Look at the president. I mean, he has 500 cows for how many years? You say 500 cows he has. He's not somebody who has done international business, who has international friends, apart from his Muslim and Islamic. And then look at what they did recently again. They said Nigeria is part of the Islamic organization. I mean, just imagine. And they are paying their dues. They pay dues to the Islamic organization. You just look at what kind of a country are we running? What kind of country are we running that? I mean, it's one-sided. It's just about these same people from this northern part, and they just make everything all about their religion and their ethnicity. Is that what we'll be doing in that country when other countries are moving forward?
All right.
So you imagine, it's just frustrating.
We just permanently regress under that system.
That is it.
The real frustration is if there was a lack of capacity in Nigeria generally, then we would say that this is what we have to offer. But if you contrast what we have in rulership and all of the key positions in Nigeria, if we contrast it with the potential that we have in Nigeria, it makes it even more marked. So we're talking about Madam Ngozi, we're talking about the guy in Afribank, we're talking about all the 8-9 Nigerian people in Biden's administration, we're talking about the Nigerians in the British Parliament, we're talking about the Nigerians in Canada in governance and law. So we have these people, and then you will have some guy, his name, what is his name again? Maman Saleh, his name is the Minister of Power, can barely utter a word in English. This is the Minister of Power, the child guy that can bring electricity to Nigeria. You have Minister of Justice, Uthman Danfodio University, and then you contrast that with somebody like Adamobi and all of these people, all of this fantastic. So it's not that there's no talent there. In fact, the best talent in the world, as we have seen, are from Nigeria, and the very worst that Nigeria has to offer are in our key positions. So this is the thing, all because you want to say Fulani Fulani.
Of course, that's it. So that's why we get what we're getting there. That's why we get the kind of economy we're having, the kind of atmosphere we have there in that country. It's just what it is because of the kind of people who are in governance, So even like already we said, even the president himself is nobody's just he has nothing up there. It's just because of his military, whatever. Even the military is something he has. I remember what Obasanjo was saying that he said. I think somebody said maybe what Obasanjo said himself. Actually, he said, I remember when. Buhari was there as a minister of something. He said, he says, what can this guy deliver? He doesn't think this guy can deliver anything. Like that's what somebody said, as I said, Obasanjo said back then when he was campaigning. What does he have? He doesn't have anything. We also what he did if not for Idiagbon, proper Idiagbon was the one who was the main man during that government. I tell you back then, usually we say during the time of Idiagbon, but not Idiagbon was the president. It was Buhari that was president. But why people say during the time of Idiagbon was because Idiagbon was the main man who was the brain behind the whole thing.
One of the reasons why one of the reasons they are adducing for not wanting that they are conspiring not to have Tinubu there. One of the reasons being adduced is that if Tinubu gets in there, Tinubu will perform so well that it will then mark even more the failure that Buhari was. Because if you are thinking that Tinubu is a very high performer and Buhari is just the worst that is possible, so you are not even going to benchmark Tinubu against a good or an average or a good performer. With Tinubu being an excellent performer, you are going to benchmark him against the worst that there is possible and possibly the best that we've ever had. So this is one of the things that they are finding difficult.
The problem with Tinubu right now is health. If we have somebody like him again in there, in fact, for me, even when he was younger,
and he's corrupt, and Tinubu
is corrupt.
He's corrupt, but the biggest problem is his health.
One corrupt man in the whole of Africa.
But the problem is this.
That's a bit much now.
Okay, Google it now. Number one landlord in Africa. You will see Tinubu pop up because he has stolen all the land of Lagos State. Is that the man that we should celebrate? No, it's Babala only.
Even beside what you're saying, the problem with Tinubu was this. I was in Nigeria during that period when he was the governor of Lagos State. Tinubu did nothing. I can tell you, Tinubu did nothing. All the time he spent in that during his 8 years, it was just politics. Remember how many of his deputy governors he removed? He played politics with that. And then him and Obasanjo were fighting. They were dragging the LCDA and whatever they were creating. All the time he spent there was just politics. He was just grooming people. The only thing I just see about him, he has been able to do was over the years that he left there, he brought in Fashola. Fashola was a technocrat. He's a guy who knows what he's doing. He's an administrator. He brought in Ambode. Ambode also did well. And then this very current guy now too. So I know that he knows how to bring in technocrats. That's the only thing I know he knows how to do. But he himself, that he has something on.
But is that not the job of leadership? Just putting the right people. This was Obasanjo's strength as well.
That's the only way. If given that country, the only name that appeared on ballot paper, maybe we could not get Showore, we could not get Mogalu, we could not get good names. It was like, okay, let's say we have like people like Atiku, Tinubu, and we have some corrupt people like Ibori, like we just spoken now. Let's say we have just three corrupt men name, I would go for Tinubu before Atiku. So what I'm trying to say is that he knows how to bring people together who are technocrats, who can organize and manage a government. But you see, the problem with Tinubu right now is that is senile. He's not in his right mind anymore. So
yes,
we can't afford to
when
have a man like this idiot that is there
yes.
right now. Another one there again. I will use another
Yeah.
wasted 8 years again. My goodness, we're talking about
Yes,
8 years out of our
I
lives.
agree with you. I agree with you. Rational mind, especially with regards to his health, both physically and mentally. The Tinubu that people speak of course, is the Tinubu of 5, maybe 6 years ago, because they've not seen him recently. If you do see him recently, it's either mistalking, and then he's having to then issue a press statement a day later to correct what he said, or he's falling over. You remember when he said, they should go and recruit 5 million soldiers or army or policemen or something, and then he later came to tell us that it's 50,000 that he meant, for
That's
5
it.
million. So if it's the president, is that, and then he was referring to I think Yemi Osinbajo's wife as the wife,
As the first lady.
wife firstly, so all those kind of things, and then he's falling over at every instance. You just know that is not
Yeah,
there
it's,
anymore.
it's not there.
That's
Yeah.
just the thing.
So we
So
can't afford
yeah,
to have
yeah,
people like that
feeling
again
health.
there. So, but
Yeah,
let's
no,
just talk
not
about this
after
now.
Buhari.
Imagine 8 years, 8 years out of one's life, 8 years that wasted in
No,
that country.
that's a chunk,
Just look at this
that's
my
a
goodness.
deciding. You are saying that
How
when
many
Buhari
people
came
will
in,
live?
that thing that you just said now was the thought that I had when Buhari came in. So I just thought to myself that, oh, that is 8 years of my life now that this guy is going to take. And all of the plans that I had in the direction of Nigeria, I had to recalibrate because my plans towards Nigeria then was somebody civilized to continue, because good luck Jonathan, corrupt or not, he was civilized. Uh, um, Obasanjo, whether you like him or not, he's somewhat civilized. So we were getting used to a culture of a civilized, country evolving. You still have problems, corruption, but it was like this is a civilized tone to the country. But when Buhari came in, I just knew it was going to be, just back to square one, shoot and kill, point
I
and
never knew.
shoot.
I never knew this was going to be
Well, there you are.
yeah, well, I did not actually. I'm saying that I must admit that I did not. But the only thing I knew was this, that I started suspecting was after he got in there. Was it about 6 months after he got in there? He could not name one minister. Was it 3 months or 6 months? He could not name one single minister. That was why I knew we are in trouble in that country. That was why I knew that this is going to be rough for Nigeria. And at least, I mean, that was when the Nigeria economy went into recession of some sort back then. So, and ever since then, it has never been balanced. So,
all right. Thank you, Rational Mind. I'll seek to round off here. So I'll start off with Ego, and then to Ife, and then I'll come to you again, Rational Mind, Baba Akure, and then Ajanle Koko, as ever, to round it off for us. So, Ego, your words.
Is Ego still there?
Ego Ibori. Mr. Ibori. Okay, no, I think he stepped off from his. So let's go to Ife then. So Ife, let's hear from you whilst we wait for Ego. So Ife, to you.
Yeah. Is that the final? Are we taking the final remarks now?
Yeah, final remarks. Yes.
Okay. I think we have to be sincere with ourselves that as much as we want to say there's no coloration of ethnicity in Nigeria, or we are one Nigeria, we should leave tribalism, we should leave this, we should leave that. We have our traditional institutions. And if our traditional institutions are still there, we'll still have affiliations to our tribe, who we are as people, So let us find a system that will work for us as people. If Yoruba nation will be what will work for the Yorubas and the people of the Southwest in general, all well and good. If it is the regional system that will work for us, all well and good. To the Ibori family, if it is that type of system that will work for them, all well and good. Because what we are now finding out is everybody in Nigeria tends to protect his or her own politician to suit his or her own narrative. Then to the issue of religion, the major problem of Nigeria is poverty and the bad system of governance. Yes, where this thread lies religion always thrive. With what's it called? It was when I traveled that I even find out that people that are from Saudi Arabia don't even carry religion on their head like we that we are Muslims or we have Muslim relatives in Africa. And it was here I even found that when you go to the mosque and you want to sleep in the mosque, they will call police for you. But in Nigeria, when you want to sleep in the mosque, they believe that's where God's protection is. You know? The same thing in church. You cannot come here and go and sleep in the church. You have to have your house. Or else the priest will say, are you normal? You know? So we have upside down system in Nigeria, like Fela sang. So the best thing for us is to sit down sincerely and look for what we work for us. By my own standard, what we work for us in the Southwest is Yoruba nation, or we have a regional government.
But you are not full Yoruba now. You've denied us, saying that you are some Tapa Igono or something. Are you Tapa Igono? Are you Tapa Igono?
Yoruba now?
No, from my name, you have seen I have some. No,
you have some. That is even the biggest insult. There's no half Yoruba, you know.
Let me clarify. Wait, let me clarify.
You want to be half Yoruba? Baba Kore, are you hearing this guy? He wants to be half. Have you heard of a half Yoruba before?
Let me give you an example. Other what's it called? The Western governments. You remember the Sidi Akran and Baba Wolo where Sidi Akran was controlling the Badagry region, while Baba Wolo was controlling the whole Western region. So it has worked before. But that does not mean we don't have, because...
Are you Yoruba, yes or no? This is your one chance, and I'm an Oyo man. I'm a titled man, as you see. So I can banish you. So,
no, you can't banish
are you Yoruba? One chance alone. This is an Oyo man speaking. Are you Yoruba?
Hello, let me tell you.
No. Are you Yoruba? You have this opportunity in life to be Yoruba, and you want to
Oh yeah. Let me ask a question. If sorry.
One man, you are not acting like real Yoruba. You say one man, you are not acting like real Yoruba. You know, in Yoruba land, we don't banish people like Fulani. The way they banish that Kano. What's his name?
Let me ask you this question.
Hold on. Sorry, Rational Man. Let me ask Ajale Koko to finish this. In Yoruba land, we say who uses the left hand to point in the direction?
Only Omale don't
can you be half Yoruba? What is the
that guy is a Yoruba guy. He told this from Ile-Ife.
He's trying to follow half Yoruba. Are you half Yoruba, Ife?
No, I'm not half Yoruba.
Better.
We
don't do half Yoruba.
Look at the name.
Sorry, carry on. Yeah. I was only joking with you, by the way, if you know that, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, one man. You know that there are some towns in Badagry, they have Yoruba names, but they speak Egun.
Yeah, Egun is still part of Yoruba now, is it not? Is it not part of the wider Yoruba family in the same way as the Benin's and the whatnots?
Well, if you want to put it that way, I will.
Okay, are you part of the Oduduwa family then? If
yes, sure. Sidi Akran has already voted for Yoruba Nation. Yeah, so if Sidi Akran can vote for Yoruba Nation, who am I to say that I'm not a part of Yoruba Nation?
All right. I was only joking with you, by the way. You can be anything you like.
I know why.
All right. Thank you, Ife. So let's see if we now have Ego. Ego, do we have you now? We still don't have Ego. Okay,
I am here.
Oh yeah. Okay then. So we were just taking closing remarks. So to you, Ego.
Yeah, like we said before, not that we are trying to defend anyone, but we are just trying to speak to the state. Nigeria, governance, leadership in this country, we all know how it is. So I would like a accurate man to understand that James Ibori was never one of those, but just a normal governor who served his people, and his people respect him and love him as a person. He never steal from his people without giving his people more than enough. All what he said is true from wherever or wherever. I thought he built more than that in the whole of the state. That being said, we really applaud him and we still believe he can also continue in his decision across the state. So that's the issue of that one. He has never been. There's Sunday Igboho, this man in Benin Republic right now. Ooni and his empire and his board of committee or whatever. Very nice step taken, but let's see the result that comes and where they are playing to. We don't know where they are playing to. So maybe after the board might have come out with their findings or whatever, then we'll know what they really sat for. You know what I mean? So that is that. Your pastor man that loves money, that say he sack 40 people from work, and we all understand how it is. Everybody needs money. Even the church needs money more than you and me. The little we eat from, we go and put it there also. So that's what happened. Business all the way.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Igo. So hopefully we see you again tomorrow, Igo. So Igo, ladies and gentlemen, we are now seeing Igo in different lights now that he was once an anti-corruption crusader, but not when it applies to his own homeboy. So that is Igo. Igo, you are under watch now. You're on the watch list now of the One Man Went to Show platform. Shall we put Igo on the watch list? You're on the watch list now, Igo.
I think that is right thing to say.
Yes. And James.
James, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Igo. So, rational mind, quick word from you, and then we go to Baba.
Yeah.
So, quick, rational mind.
I think one of the things I missed out, just pastor of the living water, whatever he calls himself in Otta there. You see, I keep saying it's where they've turned Christianity into some sort of comedy. Let me use the word. I think I heard I watched a video of when he was trying to explain why he sacked those people. He said he sacked, so they're not performing, and then in this our church or whatever, we don't support people not performing.
Yeah, he said they are not fruitful.
They're not fruitful. So I mean, what's your yardstick of being fruitful?
Yeah, it's money, isn't it? They are not delivering dollars.
How did they read when Jesus Christ was giving the parable of talents that he was giving to different people? I don't want to go into that because I just don't want to start talking religion here because if you get me started, I'm going to get it rattled up. What I'm just trying to say is that he says a master gave a talent to different of his slaves. One he gave 4, and he gave one 3, he gave one 1, and then the one that has 3 1, and then the one that is, some of you know the story. So what I'm trying to just say is that every slave that the master Jesus had, they had different talents. And with their different talents, they make more for the master Jesus. So the one with the one that went to call, bury his own talents. But let me not go into that. Maybe you will not work in this instance. What I'm just trying to say is that, you see, their own yardstick for measuring success when it comes to the work of the Lord is that they said the amount of money you're able to bring, no doubt. Maybe that's the yardstick he used, because I think that's what they're saying. Because I think the other guy that was removed, one of them that was removed, when he was saying that he was not making so amount of money, they gave him a target and things like that. But it is like, you make you ask the question, what is Christianity becoming? But we all know what it is right now, and we're not surprised. For those who are Christians, your listeners here, who read the Bible very well, they know that these are some of the things that even the scriptures has already talked about. a long time before now. So we're not surprised seeing all of this, that people, they just totally deviated from what their Lord and Master taught them to do. Like I said here on your platform and some other platform, I said, the Lord is we should go preach the good news of the kingdom. But it's so sad that today you hear people talk about prosperity doctrine, how you can become this, you can become the head and not the tail. What I mean, becoming the head and the tail in this sense means you'll be wealthy, you'll be this. So let me not just go into all those things.
No, just in that space that you are in rational mind, that's always befuddles me. They will tell you that you should be the head and not the tail, and they will tell everybody that they should be a leader. So how does that even work in actual practical terms? If everybody is a leader, then who follows? Just all these casual words that they just throw about, all these peppy little nonsense.
You heaven on earth. The time I was listening, I saw one that is Redeemed. They were saying something heaven on earth. I was like, what is people talking about? I mean, heaven on earth. How are you going to bring heaven on earth? But when you get to understand what they're trying to talk about, you understand. So what I'm trying to say is that they totally deviated from what the Lord and the Master told them to preach. Preach about righteousness, win more souls for the kingdom, so that you can bring them into the kingdom. But no, what it now is about money, setting up universities, having big names, and having different private jets. That's all about what it's all about today. I mean, and this is the same master you were serving that rode on a donkey. Even the donkey was borrowed. Not as if he owned it. He borrowed this.
All right.
So you see, it's just so funny how people just turn religion and spin religion around and enslave people with it. So that's all I have to say for today.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind, as ever, living up to his name. Rational Mind. So good. Good to see you, engineer. But let's hear from Baba Akure and then we continue. So, Baba Akure, to you, your words.
Thank you for having me again. I'm going to start with that issue of Ibori. And I will suggest to everybody, if we really want a good country, either you want a Biafra or you want to do a nation, we have to desist away from supporting any corrupt person or politicians. Though we all have our bad side, but it's not somebody that should be stealing our money, punishing us, oppressing us for what belongs to every one of us, and we're still celebrating them. So that is for that part. Now I'm going to jump into Ooni of Ife caucus again, and I think it's a very good step. And I'm not going to be surprised that eastern part of the kings in the eastern part of Nigeria will follow suit anytime soon. I'm not going to dispute that, because we know that the governor from Southwest started. Then all the governors in southern part of Nigeria converge together and have common and they have consensus. So it's not going to surprise me again if that also happen in the time of our traditional rulers. Then the issue of Igbo, because I didn't touch that before. How there is no justification for anybody using anybody's passport or unauthorized passport. However, there are some leeway that can come to that, because in Canada here, if you use if you are being persecuted and you use somebody's passport or somebody's document, they will still accept you as an asylum seeker or whatever you may call it. Then they will look at it in the perspective that, okay, where this person is being prosecuted, then this is the reason why he used this medium to escape that persecution. In that case, it is justified here in Canada. But I don't know about issue of Benin, if that is really true. But we are hearing conflict information that he has a Nigeria, maybe it is Nigerian passport or Nigerian passport.
Sorry, Baba Akure, just to interrupt you. What you just described as the law, as what obtains in Canada, I think that is actually a United Nations position as well. That if you are fleeing persecution and you use fake documents or whatever, that is accepted. of course you are fleeing for your life through whichever means.
That
so just to add that,
that is what bring that, because we have that in Canada. And I've seen a lot of cases like that where people use a document that does not belong to them, and when they find out and they realize that, okay, this is the reason why they use that, and they of course granted their asylum application, and eventually become permanent resident, eventually become citizen. So that happens. So, and in the case of Igboho, there is no difference with that. But there is a conflict information that we are hearing that, okay, he used Nigerian or Nigeria passport with a German passport. So there's some confusion in that aspect. So we cannot really talk about that. But generally, we hoping for the best. He has done well, regardless of whatever we can talk about. As he said earlier, it doesn't really matter. He wants to write his name in the book, and we've seen a lot of things that he has done. And like Pa Adebanjo was saying on Arise TV yesterday or this morning, the crowd that guy pulled, that was what brought out this. Is the issue of giving 20 days ultimatum or 10 days ultimatum. It's not the architect of this. They knew that the way this guy is going, if they didn't kill him and they didn't shell him one time, the old western part of Nigeria is going to be exploded, because even Buhari at this moment cannot even put the crowd that he pulled in all this.
They also rent a crowd for Buhari. This is what they do.
Exactly.
They rent,
not only I'm sorry. Not only Buhari. No politician in Nigeria can put that crowd.
Exactly. So they see this as this is a big threat, because if it go on like that, no, it's not what we are saying. We'll be saying even if that incident did not happen, and they eventually go to Lagos, that will be the end of the whole story. So they knew what was going on. So that is why they have to shell him on time. So we wish him good luck. And to me, I don't think his name is going to be eradicated in Yoruba land, even as in Nigeria, in Nigeria as a whole. And as I said, and I will also suggest, if Obi of Onitsha are not those big kings in
but they will tell you they don't have kings in their own region. They will tell you they are Republicans. Anyway, you know the story of that space.
Igwe, Onitsha, Nnewi and Co. I will suggest if they can also form their own caucus. And as I said earlier in my presentation, if I see that, it's not going to be surprised to me, because we've already seen that trend from Southwest governor.
We saw with the Amotekun, with Amotekun, Abi.
Yeah, Amotekun first. Then we have Buagu. Then Southwest governor converge and they had meeting. Then Southern governor have. So if the way they just presented the case now, it's not going to be surprise me again. Also, if if our traditional ruler follow the same suit. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Baba Akure. Good to see you. Good to have you back. Have you lost weight? As Madam put you, it looks like Madam has put you on salad, Abi.
I'm working very hard.
No, yeah, okay, good.
I don't believe so.
Don't look at him. You see, even the cheeks are bigger than we will remember. Our engineer is trying to, but I can't talk because me too. But good to see you, Baba Akure.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm good to see you, to engineer. But before I come to you, let me take this new name that's just come to join us, and then I'll come to you. Alula, good to meet you. So you know the narrative, so let's just hear from you. We're about to shut down, so maybe just quick commentaries just to introduce yourself. Alula.
Yeah, how are you doing today? I'm happy to be here. I've been listening to you guys. You guys have done a good done a good justice to what you're discussing this afternoon. That is good. As regards to Ibori and the senator kneeling down, that is what they do. You know it. If a senator is kneeling down to a convicted ex-governor, you know that he too is coming around to steal and steal more. So that is what they do. And as regards to Igboho's case, it's good because the way the thing is going, is winning the game. And I pray that the federal government will not understand the game until Igbo is out of the wherever he is right now. So and another thing is this: with what we're hearing from the Republic of Benin, though I will fault most people visiting him there because it's like they are dishing out too much information. They need to be discreet about what they are actually saying, because if you remember when this thing first happened, somebody said he's been released. He's on his way to Germany. It's just to destabilize everybody working on his behalf. So for the federal government to have its way, but as the Lord wanted it, people quickly understand what was going on and they quickly worked against that thing. And his lawyer said, "Oh, he's been cuffed. He was cuffed. He was shedding tears like a child." I believe the lawyer did that again in order to make Nigerian government feel happy, feel relaxed that okay, we want to punish him. Okay, after all, somebody is punishing him out there. Oh, that is good. But at the same time, people debunk that again. So they are giving too much information about Chief Sunday Igboho, and all I would just implore them they need to pipe low. They need to calm down. Whatever they see there, they should just let it be there. They are no, because these social media have messed up everything now. So they cannot be coming online with every information.
Well, you are on social media too as you are speaking now. I'm not sure if you are aware, but you are on social media now.
Of course, I am. That is exactly what. That is exactly what I'm. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. They are giving out too much information, so they need to just slow it down. They need to slow it down.
Oh, all right, thank you, Alula. Good to meet you. It's just really, I just had to bring you in because you're a new voice and I always take on new voices. So thank you, and join us again at 10 o'clock usually. Just set your time for that. So between 10:20 and 10:30, we're on virtually every day. So thank you, Alula. So to you, engineer, the latecomer, I don't know if you know what the talking points are, but the main highlight is this 6 times senator called James Manager. I'm sure you've seen the photograph, kneeling before the convicted Luther James Ibori, begging to be governor of Delta State. So this is what politics is in that space. And Oyedepo sacking pastors for not delivering enough dollars to his account. Engineer, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Good evening and good morning to you, and good morning to Ajanle Kuku. To be honest, when you come to Nigerian issue, let me start from the senators. If you can't beat them, then you have to do what? To join them, innit? That country has they have money. And when you come to reality, it's like they don't want the country to move forward. And I always say this, and I'll keep saying it now. It's time for Nigerians to see things. I believe every kid in Nigeria will know that, yes, our leaders are the most dangerous people so far, and they're the criminals we have in that country. And if you look at it, the abuse of power these people are using at all time is completely unfair to the citizens of Nigeria. And it's high time that the youth to mobilize, understand themselves, and come together and meet these people and cherish them and salute them, to tell them, please, can they give chance for the youth to come in? Because the way things are going, if you come out and make noise or you said things about Nigerian government, they will hunt you. That's what they're doing now. You understand? They leave what they're supposed to do to provide for the country, to make things right. They leave it. Rather, if you come out and try to tell them the truth, they will end up haunting your life or doing things that you find yourself in the Sanko, which is the cell. It's very sad, and something like this is something that everybody now can see it clearly, black and white, because a whole nation that things are going on like this, and it's just like somebody, they just deny your right. You understand? Because Nigeria has the most highest graduate both abroad and home. But what is going on? You know, it's a pity, and something like this is just, it's just for people to understand, and people need to come together. Both the youth, the most especially the youth. The youth needs to come together and sit down and discuss way forward. Because if they come out in masses, you know, to protest, these people can do anything. They can shoot aside, and it's very sad. And also regarding the pastor. To be honest, the Bible said it, didn't it, in the book of Revolution. That's
look at Revolution. Is that, are you writing that one, the book of Revolution?
But if you read Bible, there are some places in the Bible that can tell you things about what is happening. But Revolution analyze and, you know, and explain every bit and pieces that what will happen. And if you look at it, truly it's coming out. These days, churches are now, if there are 10 churches, let me give you an example. If there are 10 churches in Nigeria, I must be honest to you, 8.5, they are the most corrupt churches ever that you can encounter, you know. Churches of these days have turned to businesses, because if the real men of God, they come out to preach the reality, they will end up moving them, taking them to somewhere else. And it's sad that when people are not bringing return, it's so sad that people are sacking them or changing, you know. Well, God is watching.
You know, just to be clear, engineer, he did not sack them for not winning souls. He did not sack them for not converting people to Christianity. He did not sack them for not making their congregations better people and better Christians. He sacked them for not bringing enough money. This is it. For not bringing enough money.
That means they do. Oh my goodness me. It's sad, you know. It's really sad. Christianity has turned to something that people are making jest of or mockery of that religion.
It's a bit like having a McDonald's franchise, and the area office comes and gives you targets to meet for the month, and you don't meet that target, and they sack you, of course, and put another manager there.
Technically, it's just like a police work, isn't it? It's just like a police work.
You're not meeting targets.
If the DPO send you, you don't bring that target, the next thing they'll move you to another area. That's it. Because you're not loyalty to the DPO. That's what the churches are doing now. It's a game now. It's a game, and it's sad. It's really sad. I can't wait to see Jesus coming down and pick the holy ones out of the fake ones, you know. And also I saw the issue of DSS there after OB.
Yes, Cubana. We didn't even touch that one much. They are just issuing warning to the general space that look, this sort of behavior is going to attract, you know, almost certainly kidnappers and ransom seekers. So it's just a general warning off the back of her. But now they are paying attention to him.
When the DSS boss have taken money from him, what do you expect? You just come out and do camouflage talk. That's just the truth. They're not gonna do nothing to him. If they touch him, they know what will happen. Things will come after them. You know, nobody wants to lose their job, because the current situation of Nigeria, if you have your job, you have to hold it tight. Because if you lose that job, forget about it.
And the difference between having a job and not having a job in Nigeria is almost life and death. You know? You can live an okay life with a job, but your life will be abject misery if you don't have an income.
So the level of how things are going in that country, honestly, I don't know. Honestly, you see, there's no communication, there's no understanding. You know. If you look at it, people are suffering. People are, you know, you'll be wondering what is going on. A whole Nigeria, 15 years back, 20 years back, if they said Nigeria will be like this, up to date, you won't believe it. You'll be in shock. But due to the fact that the immorality, the corruption, everything that is happening is just inner cackles. It's like they are circling the money in between themselves, and it's sad. It's really sad. So you see, when it comes to the Igbos, which is the Nnamdi Kanu come out. He tried to do his best, and today where is he? Look, Sunday Igbo,
he's
where is he?
eating towards in cafe.
You see, Sunday Igbo, where is he? So if you look, the country, I said something to you some time ago, one man. Youth should start thinking, focusing, how to go and kneel down and plead with these people and give them the maximum salute to tell them, please.
No, that will never happen now, because we are their bosses. They are not our bosses. Because whoever is in government is just a civil servant. To all intents and purposes, the government, Buhari is a civil servant.
They
but
are
Johnson is a civil servant, and we are their employers. You know, we need to.
Yeah, but we can't do nothing. That's just the truth.
Biden, he is a civil servant. They are all civil servants.
They are all civil servants. Fair enough. That's English word. They are civil servants.
Yeah.
But what will happen? You understand? If anybody stand up to correct them, correct the civil servant, what do you think will happen? They will haunt your life, because they have people that can come at night and do clean job for them and go. You understand? So that's just the truth. I keep saying it. It's time youth should mobilize themselves, congratulate these people. Thank you for your service. We have done well in that country. Can you please give us the opportunity to? Because that's the best thing. That's the solution to that problem, to that country. Or else, I'm telling you, we will still be the same. These people will be circling the position in between themselves, and they'll be killing people. That's what they're doing, and they'll be siphoning the money. They will still come out and lie that we will do road, we'll do electricity, we'll do this and this, blah blah blah. But still,
it's funny what you're saying, because the same set of lies that Buhari told us in 2015 will be the same set of lies that whoever is going to come in 2023 is going to tell us.
Exactly.
We know the lies. It's going to tell us that they are going to restructure, and it will tell us that this time it is guaranteed, just like Buhari told us before. And then he will tell us that he's going to fix the electricity, that this time is guaranteed, just like Buhari told us before. And he's going to tell us that he will end banditry and Fulani headsmen, just like so. The same set of lies that Buhari told us in 20.
This is what I said. They will
be the same set of lies that whoever is coming in is going to tell us again. Because those are the only lies those are that's the space, and those are the lies. You know,
these people, they will keep washing themselves in the washing machine. That's just the truth. When they are dirty, they will go back to washing machine and select position to give to themselves. That is it. This is what is happening. But the best solution, I keep saying it, is time for Nigerian youth to wake up. The graduate, the graduates, they should go and plead with these people, give them the maximum respect, hail them, congratulate them. We know they're shit, but you have to swallow your pride, congratulate these people and wish them good luck, and tell them, please, can we be in the position as well? Because we study. Imagine somebody go to university, spend, instead of 4 or 5 years, end up spending 7 years.
That is the Nigerian system.
And you come out, there's no job. What is happening?
The person that went in after you in some other something, he or she has completed masters, and you are still facing that. Not because you are failing, not because you are not passing your exams, it's because you are not even getting the chance to sit the exams. But thank you, engineer. We were just about to shut down when you came in, but of course, when you come in, your fans have to hear from you. So, engineer, the latecomer, you still hear from him anyway. So, thank you, engineer. Have a good evening. So, Ajanle Koko, the floor is now yours. Just to round it up for us in just a short summary. Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to appreciate what Oni have done by setting up that caucus. Those people, looking at their names, they are people of integrity. in our society. They are men and women from different fields of life. And I see among them the people of excellent in the field of media, retired military man and police, technocrat, politician. So he has really put the impressive names together right there. So, and I want to believe that what Oni is trying to achieve is to start building a new set of leadership for Yoruba land, a future leadership, because you can see among those names the Awolowos, the Obasanjo, the Saraki, the Ige, and all the rest. Most of them, their fathers were never, they never see eye to eye. They always criticize each other. And those men, they are shakers in Yoruba land. I'm talking about the fathers of those these young guys that he has brought together. So bringing their children together now will foster unity. You know, the supporters of their father can, you know, join hands together, supporting their children, and, you know, bringing them together, and Yoruba can have a common purpose and, you know, a common cause, and that will help us a lot, you know, in uniting Yoruba people. So I want to believe that, I strongly believe that what Oni has done, he has taken a right step in the right direction. And I hope that I hope before doing this, before putting these names together, I hope he has consulted with some top traditional leaders as well, like Alaafin of Oyo and the Awujale of Ijebuland, and some
maybe
others,
even the Alake, but definitely,
and the Alake, and the Alake of
definitely not the Oluwo, because of course. Okay, it's not the old day to Igbo smoking.
You know that Oluwo, you cannot consult with you because Oluwo is under Alaafin of Oyo.
There you go. Oh, yeah, so, okay. So, all right. I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's anytime they want to install Oluwo, it's Alaafin that will install that title. I mean, give that crown to you. So Oluwo is responsible to Alaafin of Oyo. So I hope he has consulted those leaders, and they have come together to search for the best brain, all those people that he has brought together, because Yoruba being what we are. Yoruba
yes, but speaking to that Ote, that Deleba Modu, he's not a Yoruba man. So what is he doing there?
I think I want to consider him as a Yoruba man because, you know, he grew up in Ile-Ife.
Because he studied Yoruba.
His mother is an Ife. He's from Ife. And his father is from Edo. And his father lived all his life in Ife. So, and he studied Yoruba language. So, and he lived all his life in Yoruba. Everything is in Yoruba. So, I think I want to consider him more of Yoruba than even the
honorary Yoruba. Is it? You're using your privileges as a chief priest.
So those names there, they are men of integrity, and I hope that the purpose the Oni have, you know, appointed them for, I hope they will achieve that purpose and they will not disappoint all of us, because those politicians among them want to be skeptical of their name, but you know, there's nothing you can do without the politician as the way the Nigeria is now. So Oni has done well, and like Baba Akure said, I wish the the people from the Easterners and the Middle Belt and the South Side can emulate on it too and put their own brain together and start positioning some people for the future. Because I'm seeing these people that Oni has brought together. I think he's trying to position them to take over the leadership mantle of Yoruba land in the nearest future. Because when we look at Obasanjo, look at Wale Soyinka, all of them are, you know, they are. I mean, we wish them long life. We still wish them long life, but I mean, there's little they can still be active now. So their children are taking over.
Just what you're saying, it's a sad space, you know, that the people at the forefront of this fight, you are talking Wale Soyinka, we are talking Pa Debanjo, Pa Akitoye. So these are people that not only should they be on their forecourts with their grandchildren and grandchildren, or even their great-grandchildren, these are people that just be putting their foot up and saying, you go and get me palm, you go and put yam on the something. You know, they shouldn't be out there still fighting.
Yeah, they shouldn't be out there, but you know, their name is still a household name in Yoruba land. So I think that is why it's trying to the continuity of that name is what Oni have done now, because their father have their mass huge admirers in different quarters, or whichever you want to look at it in Yoruba land. So you know, for the continuity, so their name is there. I mean, their children name as you know, stepping into their own shoe, and you know, all of them can work together and you know, bring Yoruba people together, and that will really help. And what he has done, you know, is a calculative move. The way I look at it, to complement what the governors are doing, is really going to help the governors too. The SADA governors that are been having you know, a kind of unity meeting in recent time, and issuing out a strong communique against Buhari's devilish agenda as far.
You know something funny, Ajale Koko, it always puzzles me when you have people come, especially on this platform here, they'll come and say, oh, yes, the Oba or something, they have not come out, the leaders, they have not done this, the something have not done that. The Oni will never come in the front of the media and start chanting Yoruba Nation. He cannot do that. But if what is doing now is not telling you that it's for Yoruba Nation, then, you know, even if he comes out and says it, you would not understand, because he has stated now categorically that he is for Yoruba Nation. This is what he's saying.
Yes. So what he has done is to, you know, a calculated move to complement and to support the governors. It's going to help the governors too, because the governors will be doing their own at their own political arena, and while what he is doing on the ground in Yoruba land will complement and support what they are doing. And if Igbo people can set up their own too, and those what do you call the South and the Middle Belt can do their own, that will extend that job to the grassroots level. We will really help us, you know, in standing up against this Buhari's agenda to subjugate others.
Ajale Koko, you are saying the Igbos and etc. should start their own too. But of course, you know what is going to happen. Let me just to jog your memory, because of course, when it starts to head outside of Yoruba land, it always takes a different inflection. So it's better for them to just let the Yorubas do it and not start their own, because we have seen it before when they've tried to follow the example. Watch this. do you really want them trying to start their own? Let them not start their own. Let them just leave it in the hands of our responsible, because we know when they start their own, they start their own. Yeah. Look at that. This is what it is. So this is what they will turn it into if they just let them leave it in the hands of responsible people.
Well, man, don't look for trouble, man. You know that a lot of people are still watching us, you know. People like ECBD and the rest, when they're watching, you know.
No,
you know,
the ECBD knows I'm joking. I'm Victor.
You know they will come and flog you tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I couldn't resist, because when you open that window, when you open that door, I just had to enter, you know. But carry on, sorry.
So I will like them to emulate and start, you know, preparing men of integrity, you know, try to position men to take over from this politician, you know, at their own space as well. So the way Nigeria is now, with the problem we are confronting, there's no way any section can you know, conquer or deter this devilish agenda of this man if we don't work together. We have to work together as a team, the South, the Southeast, the Yoruba people, and that is the only way, and the military, and that's the only strategy of unity among us. Form a common front to stop this man. That is the only thing that we can, that's the only way we can, you know, stop him. Otherwise, if we are divided, if we don't work together, we will be set backward, 30 years backward. So we'll leave everything till tomorrow. So
all right, thank you, Ajale Koko. Thank you. As ever, you sum it up succinctly. So those are the succinct words of Ajale Koko. Just before I go, I always call out to people to come and subscribe, and I'm hoping that everybody that is listening at this moment are already subscribed, and if you've had reasons to unsubscribe before, then resubscribe, especially if you watch the session fairly regularly. That is only the right thing to do. But the other thing is that some people, they hear me say subscribe, and they'll say, okay, no, I'll do that later, but you've never really gotten around to doing it. So if you just do it now, as I'm saying it now, then it will be done. So next time I'm saying subscribe, then you know it doesn't apply to you. So subscribe, and I'm telling you, really inviting you to do it only really because there's a certain targets that I'm keen for the platform to hit, so that I can set a new set of targets for the platform. And we're nearly at that target. It only needs just a few more subscribers to hit that target, and I'm quite keen to hit it. And as I said previously, you might well be that subscriber that actually tips us over that threshold that we have set ourselves. So please come subscribe. Just do that, and do that right now. So thank you for joining the session. It's been enjoyable. All the usual big names, even Baba Akure is back. He was away for work commitments. As you know, people gravitate in and out depending on, you know, how it fits in with their particular life. So nobody is under any obligation apart from myself, of course, who just facilitates the platform. Because of course, if I don't present it, then the platform is not there. So that has been the session. We went through a whole myriad of stuff. Pastors are sacking pastors for not bringing in enough dollars. Sunday Igboho fake passport or not. And of course, begging for governorship in Edo State is just too much of a palaver. That is the Nigerian space, of course. A gift that just keeps on giving, a drama that never ends. The Nigerian narrative is enough to take you. It is enough rather to make you take to drink. So to drink we will take. Here I say peace, and we leave as we came in the hands of the Kegites. Peace.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Water, 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 water. Apa Onaido. Apa you don come o. Apa Onaido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.